Hey chat, how we doing? How we doing this evening? Everybody doing all right? Let's see. Just jumping over here. You guys will have to let me know if you can hear me, if we're having any technical issues, anything like that. Be sure to let me know. Playing FF13? All right, great. All good. Can you see me though? Let's make sure of that first. It's a relatively new setup, so I'm still working my way through it here, so just trying to be sure. Let's see. Pull this down here real quick, so I got a few things here. Yes, sir. Oh, great. Awesome. Well, thanks for tuning in, folks. Welcome to johnq Nation. This is relatively new to me as far as like live streaming and stuff. And if I do this, hold on, I gotta go the other way. If I do this, just ignore me. I have a digital canvas on my wall in my office, and I just have like gaming artwork and stuff on there. And it's really small from the monitor on my the camera on my monitor, so I actually kind of blew it up with a separate camera so that you guys could see it nice and bigger, and everybody could enjoy it. So hopefully, if you see stuff roll through there and you like it, that's pretty cool. But whoa, it's you said it's past midnight. What did you just say? It's past midnight in the UK. You're tuning in from the UK, Jinty. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'm glad you're here. I'm super excited because I've been working on stuff behind the scenes. The reaction to the Shattered Planet video was great, and I'm so appreciative to the Final Fantasy VII community as a whole for just being very accepting of me and some of the ideas or the thoughts that I put out there. Which really just originated from a lot of questions that I had, right? Like I think that we all do about like what is happening and how do the mechanics of the planet and all this stuff work? How does it factor in with the OG? And, you know, is it, does it monkey with it? And is it right to monkey with it? And like all these other questions. And then certainly like, where is everything going in part 3? So, oh, thank you so much, Lord. I really appreciate that. There's a lot of hard work, a lot of effort went into that. So the fact that people really enjoyed it and it sort of caught fire was just amazing. And the fact that some of the rest of the content creator community latched onto it and enjoyed it as well. I'm sure like a lot of you, I follow many creators in this space. And, you know, even before I really started my channel or I was, you know, getting started, that type of thing, I too was following a bunch of people, and so to meet some of these people and, you know, maybe even call some of them friends is really awesome. So it's been a crazy surreal experience, but hey, I'm just so thankful again, like I said before, to be able to join the conversation and just, you know, sort of put some of those thoughts or ideas out there. With that in mind, hopefully, if you haven't already, if you're not like Lord or someone else out there, if you haven't seen the Shattered Planet video yet, I would recommend it highly, obviously, but I think that plenty of other people would as well. And then I also had a second video that followed up on that that just sort of looked at Zack and his experiences and where he kind of fits into this unique space within the remake trilogy. And then where does that go realistically in part 3, right? Like, if we're thinking about what they did with him in Rebirth, establishing these multiple worlds, helping us as players to understand out of remake, like make sense of what was going on. Pillar Skate recently just beat Rebirth for the first time on hard mode. The scene in the Temple of the Ancients where Sephiroth mentions, I just lost it. Mentions, make the worlds whole was thought provoking. Yeah, I would totally agree, Pillar. Like, that launched me into so many questions. That was part of the reason I landed on this Shattered Planet idea. Was like, it was really crazy because I was thinking about, like, okay, I have all these questions about, like, how does the planet function, and how does the life stream function in it, and what happens with all the people, right? Like, we've seen at least multiple different worlds where Zack is seemingly in every one of them. Cloud or Aerith or Tifa or Barret or Red or whoever, they all seem to be in all of these. So if Sephiroth does what he says at the temple that he plans to do, and he merges those worlds, what happens to all of those people, right? Are we just left with one world that is left, that is the planet, and it has one version of every person on it? And then what happens to people who were not in them, if you know how that video ends, and some of the speculation around Aerith specifically. So if you haven't checked out the Shattered Planet video, go check it out. Not right now, but definitely go check it out. But as I was saying around Zack, is like, okay, for part 3, I don't think that they can just do the same thing over again. I don't think that they can just give us the same experience of, hey, here's Zack bouncing around in these worlds. I really think there's probably one of two ways it plays out. I know the one I landed on. I'll leave it up to you all to make your own decisions. Or maybe there's a third one that you think of that I do not. But these are the primary two leading thoughts in my brain around Zack right now. Is either as I presented in the Zack video, which again, also go check that out on the channel. He lands at the end of Rebirth in the Sector 5 slums church in the Beagle world. And somehow, some way, depending on, there's multiple different ways that they could go about this, but ultimately he ends up intersecting with the party and joins up with the party. And I think that it would just be so interesting for multiple different reasons, right? He knows, like, half the cast, right? Like, he's met Tifa before. He's met Yuffie before, which would be very interesting because he was on the other side helping Shinra against Wutai in the first war. And if there's about to be a second war in part 3 with Wutai, he'd probably find himself on the other side of it this time, right? He would probably try to stop Shinra and help Wutai and help Yuffie. So that could be incredibly interesting. And all of the synergy abilities that they could create with all the various party members. How would Zack and Barret interact? How would Zack and Nanaki? I feel like they would be best buds. I feel like they would just get along, right? Just like so many different things. And then as I was talking to Blitz about this previously, part of the struggle with Zack's character, I think, is that up to this point, even in Rebirth, there isn't much for him to do, right? There isn't an ability to develop a depth to this character. He's kind of like Superman or Captain America, who I'm also a big fan of those characters, right? But they're kind of they're seen as like the goody two shoes. They're kind of seen as this one trick pony, this one element character with not too much depth to them. And Zack needs depth. We need to give him something to play against so that we could see him grow as a character beyond the way that we've always experienced him. And the way Rebirth ended, if they put him in the Beagle world, they have him intersect with the party, I think that could be really powerful to give him a space to play in, right? How would he react to the fact that Sephiroth was successful and he did get Aerith? Or did he? We're trying to figure all that out, right? But let's just say for the second that was the case, right? Well, now he has a really hard, deep, emotional, sacrificial moment. He has to experience loss. And like, I feel like that would be a way to really give him some oomph, something that he could do, and then join up with the party and do all that. I think so. That's my prevailing thought, and go check out the Zack video to hear me explain that in much better detail than I just did. But the other, I think the other main leading thought in the community going into part 3 is that somehow Zack is either in the Beagle world or in an alternate world, and somehow he and Aerith, if she survived somehow in an alternate world or in the life stream or something like that, that they're somehow going to align, and they're going to be attempting to impact Sephiroth's plan separately than the party. I think that those are the two leading thoughts. Let me catch up with chat just a little bit. And you know what, guys? I didn't even turn on any music for you guys. I had it on when we started, and then I completely forgot to turn it back on. I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna start the volume really low because I don't trust that I want to blow your guys' ears out. But let me know if this is too loud, not loud enough, etc., and we'll go from there. So just let me know if you hear any music. I'll jack it up just a little bit here. And you can just tell me if you hear it. Okay. Let's catch up with chat. Zach, I can't wait for part 3. Lord, I'm right there with you, buddy. Right there with you. It was a really good video that opens up a lot of new avenues. You're right to be proud of it. Thank you, Jinty. I really appreciate that. That was months of hard work. Because I tend to be a little bit of a perfectionist, and so if I'm going to put something out there, I want it to be as good as it can be. As much as I am learning on the fly how to edit as I go, I'm learning all sorts of new tricks, and so that was one that I really put a lot of time and effort into. So I'm glad that you appreciated it. I like the videos because Toolman, hey, what's up, dude? I like the videos because they step outside the norm in the theory space. Big respect. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. Zack is the X factor in part 3. I would agree with you, Toolman. For some reason, I feel like Cloud is going to kill Zack. Oh no. Oh no. you're making my brain think things that I was not prepared to think about. Come on, Lord. Zack could bring a sense of hope to the party during the desperate times that await them in part 3. How? Not sure. Yes, absolutely. I'm totally with you there. The fact that Zack is such an inspiring and hopeful character, as I was mentioning earlier, is really part of what I think he brings to the table, and that's kind of why I landed in the Zack video around where he catches back up with the party and intersects with them. Because the party's already going to start, or should be starting part 3 really on a downer because of everything that happened with Aerith and the Temple of the Ancients. And I really do hope they sit on that for a little while. I hope that they give us some time and some space to feel that loss of Aerith. But at some point along the way, they could potentially sort of explain to us more about what's going on with her, or her seemingly still being alive somehow, or whatever. But I hope they give us some of that space. And so the party's already going to be in a very down moment at the beginning, and they're going to go even deeper downhill at the Northern Crater, as we all expect. And so I think that that's the time that they really could use some hope, and I really think that that's where they could leverage Zack to great effect. I don't think he's in the Beagle world, but he plans on getting there somehow. Pillar, you know what? That's great. I like that a lot. Because part of the video I made was around it would be very poetic if Zack entered reality from a dream, because he's all about hopes and dreams, right? And so if part 3 didn't even start out with him in the Beagle world, but he wanted to get there and got there somehow during part 3, it still pulls that off, and I think that would be tremendous. I think that would be great. 2 good options. I think there's a big third one though. Toolman, don't hold out on me. Share. What's the third one I'm not thinking of? Because I'm very curious. I want to know. Nobody has mentioned anything about the music. Maybe you guys can't hear it yet. Maybe I'll pull it up a little bit more and see if you can't hear it, I will turn it up in Apple Music. But actually, maybe I'll just do that just slightly in there. I'm just not very trusting of this. I don't want to bring it up too loud. There we go. All right, maybe that's too much. You guys let me know if that's too loud. Yeah, so then that brings us to now, right? So the Shattered Planet video has been out there a little while. I've continued to think on what the heck is going on and what could be going on. I put the Zach video out there a couple months ago. Can hear it's good. Thank you. Appreciate that, Gary. Legend Gary. That's a freaking awesome name, man. I love that. Can hear it now. Thank you, Murderface. Appreciate it. And Lord, thank you. Okay, so that brings us to now. So tomorrow, and I want your guys' opinion on something. So I'll tell you what's going on first. Oh, hold on. Time out. You're gonna have to wait a little bit longer. Toolman just hit us back. Like Four Pillars is saying, I think Rebirth is leaving us on that cliffhanger where Zack says maybe worlds can unite again. So I don't think he's in Beagle, but his goal is to get back to Cloud. Okay, all right, okay, yeah, I'm on board with that. I just said that a minute ago, right? Like, if they could find a way to do it in Part 3, have us see it going on, have us see him strive to get there, that would be amazing. That would be fantastic. There's a lot to do in Part 3, right? Like, I get comments from everybody on my videos, which if you have commented, thank you. If you have not commented, please do. I respond to as many of them as I possibly can. Working full-time, having a family, doing all of this as well. But I do try to respond to as many as possible. And there's lots and lots of comments that I get on some specific topics. One of the primary ones that I see quite a bit, pretty often, is around how the devs in their own minds, from a creative standpoint, they believe that there is some background creative link between Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy VII. And there's certainly information. You could even just Google what's the link between Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy VII. You could find information about what the devs have said about that or not. But people bring it up a lot, and they say, like, in Part 3, I think we're going to get that. I think we're going to see that link. Or see the connections to, like, the similarities between the Far Plane and the Lifestream, blah, blah, blah. There's just so... Think about what we have left to do in Part 3, right? We have the whole back half of the OG game, from losing Aerith on, all the way through to the end, right? We have the expanded elements that we need to also tie off. Everything about the Lifestream and the Whispers and the multiple worlds and the second Wutai War. There's so much other stuff that we also have to round off in Part 3 successfully by the end. And then anything else optional they're throwing in, from mini-games to points of interest on the map that we could explore, which, by the way, I'm hoping exploration is a lot more wide open, right? I thought Rebirth was tremendous in its design, in that if you were just playing for the story, it was all so intuitive. It was all just, you could just follow it, things made sense, character motivations made sense, people did things and said things and acted in ways that just totally would be real world, how this stuff would play out if any of it were real, right? But I think that in streamlining it, even in level design, like, if you went off the beaten path in Junon or in Nibelheim or whatever, you didn't find anything, right? Everything that you needed to find was all right along the path you were already treading. And so what I'm really hoping is that Part 3 gives us a chance to expand our horizons and put stuff in those spaces for us to go find. I really, really hope that's the case. Toolman, something Part 3 has to do for new players is explore how Cloud and Zack exist as friends and comrades. 100%. You are absolutely right, my friend. I think Zack stays in Midgar because the future story circles back to Midgar anyway. This frees him to finally reunite with Sung and talk, maybe at Elmira's, with Sung delivering news of Aerith. Yes, absolutely. So check this out. So here's a thought I've already had. I mentioned it, I think, on Subtex's stream. I mentioned it on the live stream last week for the Sony State of Play. But if you missed any of that, I'm going to bounce this idea off you now, and you just tell me what you think, okay? It's specifically about returning to Midgar, okay? I think in Part 3, it would be fantastic, and I hope the devs do it. I think that they might have already thought of this and will do it, but hopefully they do. I think that would be incredibly cool if the party, with the whole Wutai War sort of like helping, you know, assault Midgar and like bring the fight to Shinra, and the party's like, we need to get back into the city. We've got to go back to do these things, which we know they do in the OG, and we know how they do it in the OG, right? But how cool will it be if the party's on the High Wind or wherever, and they're thinking about like, well, how, I mean, the place is now a fortress, like they're expecting a frontal assault. How are we going to get back into the city? And Cloud thinks back to Rebirth, or to Remake, and he thinks of Jesse, and when they went back down into the slums of Sector 7 after they went up on the top, on the plate. And he's like, guys, I have an idea. And he like recalls that little fist bump he got with her, and he gets the parachute idea from Jesse. I think that that would be fantastic. That would be a great callback, pulling some things through from Remake. I just think that that would be amazing. But I agree. I think that Zack's relationship with the Turks is important, and I hope we will see that play out in Part 3 for sure. Sephiroth wants to bring the worlds together in a reunion. That would mean Zack should get put into the same world. This is some Kingdom Hearts stuff. Straight up, you're not wrong, Pillar. And yeah, maybe that's how it happens. Maybe he doesn't even try to get there. Maybe he's not already in the Beagle world. Maybe Sephiroth makes it happen, and maybe that's a big mistake that he did not think all the way through. That could be. Very Kingdom Hearts, though. Part 3 is going to need to have some real legs. I have faith that they'll land it, but it's going to be one busy story. Yes. 100%. Absolutely agree. Yep. Part 3 is going to be another 150-hour plus game, I think. Yes, very well could be. Again, there is so much content for Part 3 that I'm just like, I cannot wait. I am so excited. I'm like that little girl in the GIF, like, you know, just I'm super, super excited. Gina Talk equals Aron confirmed. I guess they have like a similar vibe to each other. Sure. Sephiroth, hey, how you doing? Thanks for joining in. And then Big Pig, yeah, small and not much exploration in Nibelheim. It's almost like the devs knew the fetch fatigue was setting in. Yeah, you're right. You know what happened with my first playthrough experience, which is all uploaded on the channel. You can go check it out in 1 hour chunks. And I did edit it significantly for a few reasons. One, I tried to make it viewer friendly, so I tried to cut down, especially the further into the game I got. I tried to cut down a lot of the running to and fro, even the battles, and even like, you know, using the tactical menu. I was granular, nitty gritty to trying to turn it into the best viewing experience for y'all as possible. So if you want to see my reactions to any of the events in Rebirth, fire up those videos and check that out. But when I got to Cosmo Canyon, and especially after the whole scenario with Gina Tak, where a black robe was like, Nibelheim, I was just like, guys, I can't do any more side stuff. I need to know where the story is going. So I kind of mainlined the story from there all the way to Chapter 12, and all the way to when you get back to Costa del Sol with the Tiny Bronco. And it was like, now it was like, do all the side content or bust. And so I circled back to do a whole bunch of side content from Chapter 12, from Cosmo Canyon, from Nibelheim. I went and got all that done before I went to the end game. So if you had a similar experience, I'm sure that you can relate to that as well. Here's some food for thought. Hit me, Pillar. Why, when Zack and Cloud got to Midgar, was the timeline of events in the future where the party had freed Aerith and Inaki and... Hold on, I gotta read that again. Hold on. Why, when Zack and Cloud got to Midgar, yes, was the timeline of events in the future where the party had freed Aerith and Nanaki and fleeing Midgar. Biggs said so too. Okay. I think I understand what you're saying. I think this is just my read on it from having played Rebirth, my own experience. My perspective could be completely different from you all. But the way I read that scene is this is a world where Zack and Cloud either took too long to get to Midgar, maybe they were waylaid before Zack had his showdown, or the rest of the party, Barrett, Avalanche, etc., moved on Reactor 1 earlier. And my read on it was Cloud and Zack were never a part of that. They were doing their own, trying to get to Midgar. But the rest of the party in Avalanche went to Sector 1, or went to Reactor 1, went to Reactor 5, ended up meeting Aerith somehow without Cloud, ended up going to the Shinra building to free her and ended up freeing Nanaki in the process. I think the rest of the party did that on their own, and I think they lost a battle towards the end. Or that the Whispers and the Tornado and the whole stuff that was kicked up by the Beagle world ended up like basically wiping them out or putting them on those choppers. And we don't know what happened to Barrett and Tifa in that world. We only know that the chopper with Nanaki and Aerith went down because Zack got to them. And I don't think Nanaki made it out of a chopper crash. Not from the way that it looked. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I also don't think any of that matters. Because again, as we said earlier about Zack and about Part 3, I think the whole point of Part 2 and Rebirth and Zack in it was just to help us to understand that all these worlds exist. I don't think those worlds are going to be relevant in Part 3 with Sephiroth merging them all in the background. I think we're going to stick with the Beagle world. We might see something happening contextually to help us to understand what is happening with these other worlds, but I think the focus is going to be on the party, the Beagle world, and the convergence of all of this stuff. I don't think what happened in some of those other worlds is even going to be relevant to the long end game. So I don't know if anybody agrees with that, but that's where my head is around that. And I think what's interesting is I think that they made it very clear that Biggs and Marlene appeared to be the Biggs and Marlene from Remake, who were displaced from their world and then put into the world where Zack made it through to Midgar. Why that world? Why no other world? It was the one specifically where Zack made it. And who influenced that? Like, Biggs and Zack have a conversation in the Sector 5 slums right in front of the orphanage about, well, who saved them? And why? Like there was an agency or an influence to it. So if that's the case, who did it? Zack seemed to intimate somewhere during Rebirth, I'm trying to remember exactly where the dialogue was, but he seemed to intimate that it was Aerith, right? When she was sleeping. Oh, it was right before it was while the rest of the party in the Beagle world was like floating on Ginatak's boat to go to the Gi village. And he's like, that was you, wasn't it? And he like grabs her hand and then Aerith feels it. So if that's the case, and Aerith is influencing things through the White Whispers, which I think also was seemingly intimated, or what we're supposed to infer from the end of Rebirth, there's larger elements at play here controlling certain things from behind the scenes. And I'm just dying to see how all that plays into and plays out in Part 3. So, but there's a ton of stuff there. And if that world is no more, right? Like, Zack got pulled out of it. Sephiroth cut space between worlds and he fell in it. Zack did. And then he ended up with Cloud and then he ended up back in the church. Which church? We don't know. Again, I'm thinking it possibly is the Beagle Church. But if that's the case, if the worlds merge, do we end up with a Biggs or a Marlene, who are the remake Biggs and Marlene? We don't know, right? Was there another world where the rest of Avalanche, like Wedge or Jesse, survived, and do we get them? You know, who knows? Who knows? When the worlds start merging, we really, really don't know. So, let's see. What else you guys saying? That was really great, Pillar. That was awesome discussion. Thank you. I appreciate the contribution there. Let's see. So, oh, hey Blitz, what's going on, buddy? I was just in the middle of answering a comment in here about a really interesting dialogue or discussion about all the worlds coming back together and trying to figure out how all that fits together. Let's see what else we got. Hey Jesse, thanks for the message. I'm doing pretty well. Work was work today, but now no more work. Now we get to have fun. So thanks for asking. Do you think Genesis will have anything to do in Zach's timeline? You know what, Lord? You know what I think about Genesis? I think the best thing they could have done with Genesis, I was personally hoping for it, and it didn't happen, and I was just a teensy bit sad, is I was hoping that when we got to the Gold Saucer date, and we saw the G edition of the Loveless play, I was hoping he was going to be just off stage as like a retired guy, a retired soldier who was now the director of the play, and it was just his edition, and he wrote it and he put it on the Gold Saucer. That would have been a great way to just like pay homage to his character, be true to his character, but have him have nothing else to do with the remake project. That didn't happen, and so now we don't know. It could be anything. It could who knows what's going to happen in Part 3. But I do think with everything else going on, it will be interesting to see if they bring, I almost said Auron, because of the Final Fantasy X discussion earlier. It would be interesting to see if they bring Genesis or Angeal into the mix, especially with all the story they're telling in Ever Crisis. Again, Matt and Lucia from Ever Crisis. We've already got Glenn. Do we get the other two? I mean, who knows? There's so many different things that they can roll into this, but I'm very, very interested. I'm very, very intrigued to see what they do. Sick Buster Sword in the back. You know what? That thing is supposed to be lit up, and I forgot to turn it on. So sorry, guys. Maybe I'll do that. But and I also got another really sick Buster Sword from my man Blitz, and I have to put some shelves up back here on the wall, and then I'm gonna put that on display because I definitely want to get that. I want to get that out, but thank you, I appreciate that. My mother-in-law's husband bought me that Buster Sword, and it's right there in front of my PS2 that I dug out of the garage and put there. Let's see. I just played hard mode, is why I'm fiending for Part 3 news. I have not attempted hard mode of Remake or Rebirth yet. It's not because I'm a wimp. It's not because I just didn't want the challenge. I love a good challenge. But I've just been so busy with work and content creation that I just have never circled back. But I do want to do a replay of both of those games before Part 3 leading up to it. So who knows? Maybe we'll do that. That could be something we strive for on the channel. The soldier Zack passes at the start of Rebirth do say it was someone with a Buster Sword that they were looking for, though. Melterer, you're absolutely right. And if you haven't seen it already, go check out my Zack video on this channel because I specifically touch on that focal point as part of what I say about what I think is going to happen with Zack in Part 3. But you're right, everybody. Very interesting stuff. Legendary, I think it's time. I think time is kind of messy when it comes to the different worlds. That or Cloud in the initial world is replaced with Comatose Cloud and Zack somehow. So here's another thought, guys. Again, tell me what you think about this. Just like the Jesse idea. I think if you remember how the OG played out, we get to the Northern Crater. Spoilers for anybody who's not played the OG. If you have not, mute for 30 seconds. I will try to make it quick. But we know they get to the Northern Crater. Some things happen. They lose Cloud into the life stream. And then he pops back up later. And he's in a wheelchair. And he stays in a wheelchair doing nothing. Right? Until we finally get him back at the life stream sequence. So what I think would be really interesting, especially with how they've done Rebirth and with Aerith's dream world, and even a reference to Jesse's dad in Remake being stuck, right? I think in Part 3, we're gonna actually see Cloud doing something while he's in that wheelchair, just not in the Beagle world. He's gonna be off somewhere, potentially with Sephiroth, doing something else that Sephiroth is trying to convince him to do, or something. But I think we're gonna see Cloud doing something separate than the party while he's in that wheelchair. Just a thought. That's my personal opinion on it. Take it for what it's worth. I didn't write part 3, and I don't know what's in it. But I think it would be pretty cool. Okay, so it's relevant to today's topic as Ginatalk says that time stopped on his world before it ends. Toolman, did you just set me up for my news that I have for you this evening? If so, thank you, dude. I totally appreciate it. So let me put the news out there now so that you know, okay? And this is where I also have a question for the group, okay? So my next video that will come out tomorrow, that I've been working on for a couple of months now, is centered on the Gi, on the nature of the Gi, the way that they are different from the OG, a comparison of those, and also an analysis of whether, as OG fans, how do we feel about that, right? Just an honest conversation about that specific topic. But then also, how might the Gi be a key element in what's happening with Sephiroth's endgame in part 3? So if you're wanting to see that video, it will be on the channel tomorrow. My question for the chat is, when do you want to see that go live? What time tomorrow would be the best time for me to put that out there so that you could all check it out? I mean, obviously, it'll be on demand. You could pull it up on YouTube anytime, right? But if it's going to go live, when do you want to see it go live? Throw that in the chat. But I'm really looking forward to putting that one out. That one there's been a lot of thought and effort put into that. And I will probably want to do another one of these conversations after it's out, to give some additional expanding thoughts on it from my perspective, and to get all of yours as well. So just let me know when you think you might want to see that out there to go live. But I'm super excited for that one to get out into the wild, because some of these are a passion project, man. Editing these things it's very gratifying. It's satisfying to be able to put your heart and soul into some stuff. But I really want to know what people think of it. Is really the because everybody has questions. I want to know how this speaks to your all questions as well, right? So, all right, let's see. Jinty, gotta go to sleep. I'm gonna wish you everyone a good stream. You watch the rest of the breakfast. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Enjoy the well-deserved rest. Pillar, my theory is because Aerith reached out to Marlene, she can see into different worlds. She can also see Aerith's future somehow. I think that the devs gave us some information for context to understand what is happening in Remake when Nanaki gets some measure of information that comes to him, the same with Marlene. And they said basically that coming into contact with Aerith allowed them to have access to this foreknowledge of certain things. That's how Marlene in Rebirth knows Sephiroth's going to try to kill Aerith, and we need Cloud, right? Why that happens, if it's coming into contact with Aerith, or if it's coming into contact with Aerith and the white materia, like, is the white materia the source and not Aerith? Aerith is just the vehicle by which it comes into contact with people. We don't know. We need a better understanding of what's going on when that knowledge is transferred. Now, they did say in Rebirth that the white materia was emptied at the end of Rebirth, and there is, don't get me wrong, folks, there is dialogue between Nanaki and Aerith when they're discussing that in Costa del Sol, that the Whispers took that information. I understand that is the character's analysis of what has happened, and it could be exactly what has happened. I still am currently under the perspective, it is my belief, that Aerith's, whether it was intentional or unintentional, she used that white materia to modify the singularity that Sephiroth created at the end of Remake. That's why it goes white. And that allowed the party to step through it without something else happening that would have otherwise, right? Maybe Sephiroth created that and he had a plan for what was going to happen when they walked through it, but because she modified it, that plan was null and void. We don't know. We don't know what was going on there. But there's just too much visual evidence in that exact moment with that white flash out of Aerith that I personally believe the white materia was used and expended there. Now, the clear materia, as we'll now call it, or are calling it, right? I think that that's going to be very, very important to the end game. We just don't know how yet. Is it going to get filled back up with more white materia? Is it going to get filled out with memories, Cloud's memories, somebody else's memories, memories of the future, memories of the compilation, memories of the whole planet? We don't know. But I do think that that will somehow be key to whatever's going to go on. So we have to wait and see what that looks like. Love your videos, bro. Thank you, Rodrigo. I really appreciate that, man. Like I said, I put a lot of work into them to make sure that they're as good as they can possibly be, and I try not to put them out until I am very proud of them. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much if you liked it too. Melterer, I think they will close out the Weiss and Genesis stuff from Dirge with the VR simulator, but it'd be interesting as they have one game left to wrap up everything. Yeah, I mean, that's the big concern, right? Is that there's so much that they have to tackle so quickly and round everything off successfully. So it'd be interesting to see what happens there. I do think the whole Weiss, Sonon, like everything with Deep Ground, I think that all of that stuff is all going to be part of the in Midgar. It's my expectation. I floated this idea out there. Some of my friends in the community agree with it. I think the party has been very, or the devs have been very unafraid with splitting up the party in Remake and Rebirth over and over and over again, to our great benefit, because we get to spend time with all these characters, not just to learn their gameplay style, but to really get to know them on a deeper level. And some of us enjoyed that immensely. Others did not like the Kate Sith portion of Nibelheim specifically. I'm just calling that out because I know some people didn't. But I think when we get to the parachuting into Midgar that we referenced earlier, I do think that the party's going to get split back up. That we've got enough characters and enough various places they need to go that they're going to tackle Midgar on multiple fronts. I think that we're going to get a Barrett, Yuffie, somebody who's going to go after Scarlet and potentially after Deep Ground. I think that we're going to get a different party that's going to go after Hojo. There's going to be a different party who might confront, Rufus or something like that. How Zack plays into any of that, who knows, right? One of my wild ideas that is very unlikely to happen in Part 3, but I would love it if it did, is playable Turks, right? They've got attacks, they got synergy abilities. Like, throw them into a party with Zack and let's control Reno and Rude for a little while, right? Like, I mean, like some of that stuff could be really, really good if they did that, right? But what those party configurations in Midgar will end up being ultimately, I really don't know. But I think that the whole Weiss Deep Ground stuff, I think that's all going to get resolved when the party splits up. I do wonder if all these why questions, like why is Biggs in another world, why can Marlene see across the worlds, is going to be relevant. Absolutely, 100%. We just don't know how or why yet, right? As they announce Part 3, I'm going to start Remake and go through on hard mode, just waiting like everybody else. Misfit, I hear you. I am dying to get any info on Part 3, but I'm also trying to temper that expectation with a constant reminder to myself that I love this game. I love the remake series of it and what they're doing. And this in-between moment we get right now, I'm not the only person saying this, I understand that, but we will never get this time back, right? Once we start getting information on Part 3, we now know what it looks like. Right now, we don't know, right? And so it creates all this space for interesting conversation and all of this dialogue and discussion, not just theory crafting, but just like a general communal love for this game and these characters and the story that we're all just kind of reveling in. And when we start getting part 3, or we ultimately get part 3, we'll have it. We could play it any time, but we'll never get this moment again, right? And so I'm just trying to really be conscious of that. In the same way that, like, when my kids were growing up before they, graduated and went into college, trying to remind myself, this time is precious. I need to try to spend time with them. We need to try to invest in family time. We need to try to do things together, that kind of thing. Or like, if any Marvel fans out there, right? Like that time in between Infinity War and Endgame, everybody was like, what's going to happen? Like, I don't know what's going to happen, right? And then we got Endgame, and it was like mind-blowing, right? And so many different amazing scenes and character moments and whatever. And we can think back on that. We can watch that movie anytime we want now, right? But all of that anticipation is just gone, right? Like, we experienced it, and it was great, but we've seen it now, right? So there's no putting all that back in the bottle and corking it back up again. So just embrace the moment, folks. Just embrace it. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. We'll have news when we're ready. Cloud is going to be racing chocobos with Zach in the other world while he's in a coma. Could you imagine? Look, I'm shaking my desk and Vivi's laughing at your message. Could you imagine if they just had Cloud just doing random stuff? That would be so hilarious. I'm now a fan of that idea. Toolman, I think that they really need to do that now. We need to just like put the bug in the devs' ears now. Tweet at Hamaguchi, whatever you need to do. Like, just like we just need to see him just tooling around, just having fun. That would be hilarious. I think Zach is gone entirely. I think part 2 was his swan song. Aaron, or Aaron. Gosh, I hope not. I mean, Zach deserves more than he has gotten so far, and we need to see them give him something to do. He needs to have some kind of depth, some kind of a situation where he has more to play off of than being the one-trick pony, Superman, Captain America, hero, positivity, champion, that type of thing. We need to see some death, some loss, some emotional moment that really kind of gives him some space to grow. And I'm really hoping part 3 gives that to him. Legendary loves the idea. I don't know what idea that was, but thanks. I'm a little behind on chat, so I apologize. Hit that notification bell, Blitz. That's right. If you have already, maybe hit that notification bell on the channel again, so that you can see it when the Gi video comes out tomorrow. And then be sure to comment, because I want to know what everybody thinks about the Gi and ultimately like what may be going on there with them and with Sephiroth and the endgame, part 3, and everything else. Those why questions about Biggs and Marlene are open-ended. It's something that will be left up to the imagination of the player, and won't be a focal point to definitively explain. Jesse, that could be. It could be that we just don't get an explanation as to why Biggs and Marlene were from another world, and we saw somehow they had knowledge from the remake world, even though they were not in the Beagle world. I mean, we may just never get an answer on that. It might be one of those things like the unanswered questions in the TV show Lost. We just may never get the answers to everything, right? I'm hoping we do. I'm hoping we see that matter somehow, but we'll see. Okay. Hit me, Aaron. Okay, so it would make more sense if every single world stops at seconds to midnight, and then every single story is moving forward and then just stops and waits for all the timelines to merge. Aaron, that's good. That's good stuff right there. What if the 7 seconds to the end is the merger point of all the worlds? It's happening, right? And the time slows and it's going to stop, like Ginatak said, right? and what happens in those critical moments, right? And if time slows or stops, does 7 seconds become much longer than 7 seconds, even though it's contained in a 7-second moment, right? That's really good, Aaron. That's really good. Legendary memories got spent with white materia. I agree. Yes, I feel like that's part of what happened there. Toolman, I already said it about Zach, but the clear materia is the second X factor, the Y factor. Yes, there's something going on with that materia, and we just need to see what it is. Melter, maybe it's empty because they are now part of the world where those memories didn't happen. So many possibilities. Ooh, that's also interesting, right? Like, if the white materia or all materia is made up by the memories of the planet and of the Cetra and of the world, then does the materia empty if some of those worlds futures or possibilities are removed? That's an interesting thought. I would have to dive deeper into that to really give that some thought. But I appreciate you sharing. Toolman, I said already about. Oh no, we already got that. Mr. Rodrigo, where do you think Part 3 will begin? Ooh, gosh, that is a great question. Blitz, are you still here? Me and him, we had a conversation about this. I think it was this week. But Part 3 has multiple things it has to accomplish right out of the gate, right? For existing players, you have OG players and just remake rebirth players. So 2 different types of existing players who have had different experiences, and you have to bring them into the narrative wherever it is that we start with the like the hanging in the looming aftermath of losing Aerith. How does the party grapple with all of that? Where are they going next? All the stuff to move the story forward, while also grappling with the fact that we have to reintroduce or introduce for brand new players how combat works, potentially seeing how combat works for characters we have not played as yet, like Vincent or Sid. So there's like so many different things, and then do they pull an end around like they did with Rebirth, and they start with something that's like, way out of left field, right? There's so many options on the table that it really feels hard to pin down which route they will go, because there's just so many options. One of the prevailing thoughts in the community is, like, do they start with some kind of young Sephiroth, young Angeal, Genesis, Glenn, Matt, Lucia, maybe that's how we see them for the first time. Like, do we start there, get some of Sephiroth's motivations, and depending on the title of the game, I think that could be a good indicator as to how it opens, to be honest with you. So, but like, do you start with something like that? Do you start with just the party and where they are going next? Do you start with more Zack and what's going on with him? Do you start with Aerith and what's going on with her? There's so many options on the table. I think, personally, did I ruin the illusion, guys? If you missed the beginning of the stream, I have this digital display on the wall that I blew up with a second camera so you could see it better. So just ignore me if I disappear behind it. But I think one of the best options on the table is probably to give us some context on Sephiroth in some capacity. So whether it's a young Sephiroth and sort of getting a better understanding of where he's coming from and his motivations, especially if the end game actually is Sephiroth's intent to regain his own autonomy from Shinra and potentially even from Jenova, right? Like, if he wants to be the one in control at the end, then I could see starting the game with him making a whole lot of sense, right? Because now we get some motivations behind why the game would end that way if we see something with him on the front end, right? So that could be certainly a good option. Introduce us to a little bit of combat. Wouldn't be with our characters, but you would get an idea for how combat plays out, kind of like we did with the Nibelheim flashback. And then you go to the full party and we progress the story from there. So that's one potential possibility. There's just so many ways they could go. Maybe Hojo uses Deep Ground as his personal army. Toolman, I fully expect that we will see Deep Ground in function, but if they truly are going to split up the party on their way into Midgar, I feel like Barrett and Yuffie and someone else are going to end up going to Deep Ground and dealing with Scarlet, because there's a lot of narrative reasons why those two have beef with her, right? That they want to resolve things with her. Hojo will be off on his own, and I'll tell you who I think his personal security guard's going to be. Think about like the Emperor in Star Wars, and he's got all those red hooded, soldiers that are defending him. You know who he's going to have around him? 6 Chadleys, who are all trained off of the enemy knowledge or enemy intel that we gathered, that he's going to make use against us with 6 Chadleys, because we mentioned Chadley's brothers in the Nibelheim proto-relic quest. I think that there's potential that, like, if anybody doesn't like Chadley and you want to fight Chadley, trust me, I think that's probably coming. Just a thought. Subtext, dude, how you doing, man? Could you imagine how people would react to a tutorial menu popping up for Reno, like when it happened for Zack at the end of the game? Fans would lose their minds. I gotta tell you, I liked Reno as a kid in the OG because there was an extreme shortage of redheads in video games. It still kind of is. We gotten a little bit more representation. We don't even have full emoji sets, guys, that have redheads. We only have a few of them, right? But so I always liked Reno, and then man, when they put him and Rude in Advent Children and the way they depicted him in there, that's the highlight of that movie. They steal every scene they are in Advent Children. That is just my personal opinion. I know it's hard to rival Cloud and Tifa and some of the other popular characters, but Reno and Rude, man, every time they're on screen in Advent Children, I'm smiling, I'm laughing my butt off. I think that they're great. So anything they could do with Reno, man, I will take it all day, every day, for sure. Might be too much for the game, Toolman says, but Turks DLC expansion, that'd go crazy. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about right there. I want to see more with the Turks, and especially, again, with the relationship they have with Zack. Like, just give us Zack and the Turks. Like, have them do something, right? Especially if we do end up, if you watch the Zack video I put out, if you haven't, go check it out. If we end up with Zack going back to Gungaga, and we see him and Cisne together, man, like, give Cisne something to do, right? Or at least give us her real name, for goodness sakes. It's been long enough. Subtext, I'm walking with groceries, New York City life, and had to put the bag on the bench to react to that. I hope it's not cold there. I think somebody was telling me in Chicago this week or today at work that it was snowing again. No, thank you. That's why I live in Florida, man. No, thank you. I never thought about these Theory Crafter videos when the remake series was originally announced. It's been a fun ride while waiting between games. Thanks to all the fans. Pillar, you're absolutely right. And in fact, like, for me, my experience out of remake was very much that. I played this game and I had all these questions and I had no one to talk to. No one in my life. Family, friends, stuff like that. Like, nobody pays attention to Final Fantasy VII. And at work either or anything, like, no social circles. Like, I had nobody to talk to. So I spent from remake to rebirth digesting and documenting my thoughts, my questions, etc., and then consuming a lot of content from Max and from Blitz and from Subtext and from, Sleep Easy and NSP and like all these people who are putting all this really great, thoughtful content out there. And it only added to the questions I was asking myself and what I was trying to understand. And then we got to Rebirth, and I had the same exact experience all over again. And this time I had started my channel because right before Rebirth came out, my daughters were towards the end of high school. And if you'll indulge me on a story time with johnq, how my channel got started was I was talking to my daughters about, I graduated in 97. I graduated when the OG came out. And I was telling them, like, if I had the technology available to me then, in the late 90s, where the internet was basically fairly brand new, right? And I was like AOL instant messaging my wife, who we affectionately in the community we're calling her Tifa John. But I was messaging her on ICQ and like all this like just basic level stuff, right? And I was like, if I had the technology you girls have now, I probably wouldn't have gone straight into the workforce. I would have played around with content creation or see if I could do something else, because I love games since I was a very little kid. We had an Atari, not the 2600, the console joystick. We had an Atari 800, an actual like keyboard with not just the cartridge disc or the cartridges, but floppy 5 1/4 discs as well. And so I played so many amazing games on that, and then the Nintendo and the Super Nintendo and the PlayStation, blah, blah, blah. So, like, I was a long-time gamer by the time that OG came out and I graduated. And I was like, if I had that technology available to me, I probably would have tried content creation. But now I'm, like, in my mid-40s, you know, when Rebirth's coming out. And my daughters were kind of like, you know, there's these moments as a parent where you're like, you're raising them to hopefully become the people they're meant to be. Not who you think they should be, but who they're meant to be. But sometimes, as a parent, your kids do that exact same formative thing for you. And that's basically what they did for me, is they kind of challenged me a little bit to say, well, why couldn't you start it now? There's plenty of people doing content now. Why couldn't you be one of them? And I was like, well, I have responsibility, right? I have a full-time job. I have you guys. I have your mother. I have all the stuff I got to do. I got to pay bills. I got to do all this other stuff. And I don't want to say they said that sounds like an excuse, Dad, but they kind of did. And I needed that kick in the butt. So I started looking into it, and I put a channel out there, and I documented my whole Rebirth playthrough, and that's all available on the channel. You can go check that out anytime you want to. If you want to see my reaction to points in Rebirth and all that kind of stuff, go check all that out. So I was like, now that I had this avenue to explore some of these topics, some of these questions, some of these thoughts that I had, I was like, I got to start doing that. And then I start meeting some other content creators, and they're, you know, spurring me forward and telling me, like the Shattered Planet idea, I shared that with Blitz, and he's like, where did you hear that from? I haven't heard that idea or that thought anywhere else. And I'm like, no, that's my idea. I thought of it. And he's like, you need to make a video out of this. And so I did, and the rest is history, right? Like, I'm so glad that the members of this community can be very welcoming, and I'm so appreciative and grateful that they are. So it's a long-winded way to say I agree, Pillar. Like, this whole thing with us just sort of like just really thinking about this game and loving on it so hard is just like, it's been great. Josh Z, coming off the crazy response of Stranger Things 5, I'm quite concerned that the fan expectation of Part 3 is going to guarantee that the loudest voices hate it. Yes, I hear you, Josh. And there's a whole long discussion that we could have about the nature of society today and the access to technology, and that basically anybody can be published with any thought they have and put it out in front of everybody, right? And is all of that worthwhile? You know who had a great take on this recently? Is Professor Noctis, Prof. Noct. Like, he did the best job of very succinctly saying, and go check him out on his channel, and you'll see for yourself. Don't take my word for it, but basically, just because anybody can put a thought out there doesn't mean that every thought should be listened to, right? So I think that we just need to value positivity, not necessarily too much positivity. We need to be realistic. We need to understand the parameters of what we're working in, but like, negative speech is something that we as human beings, it's part of the human condition that we latch onto those things. I heard a mentor say it this way once, and it was fantastic. He used to teach or talk to kids on college campuses, and he said, hey, if you're walking across campus and you just suddenly, someone of the opposite sex is like, howdy, and you're like, oh, hey, howdy, and you keep walking, right? And then there's a second one, and she's like, howdy, and you're like, oh, hey, howdy. And then you get a third one, howdy. You're like, hey, yeah, I got it going on today, right? But then you get to the bus stop on campus, and you're waiting for the bus, and there's, you know, some other people waiting there with you, and you hear somebody behind you critique what you're wearing, right? What lands and sticks with you when you go home and you think back on that day later, right? It's not the three howdies, folks. It's the criticism. It's the negativity. That's what latches on. That we have to remember, like, those are the things that stick with us, and so we need to compensate with additional positivity, with additional enthusiasm, with love for other people, care for other people, and show that so that we can outweigh what sticks and clings to us as human beings. So that was Ben Stewart, Breakaway Ministries, Texas A&M campus at the time. He was the guy who was leading that. But that's not my thought. That's his example. But I think that it illustrates quite well that as we experience so much negativity, so many things out there, especially online, that we not only keep it in check in its proper place, whether we should listen to it or not, as Professor Noctis said, but that we also remember that as we're engaging with everyone else, that we do so in a respectful way and in a way that can build people up instead of tearing people down. That's what I'm all about here. That's what this channel is all about, and that's all I'll really say on that. If I found myself unexpectedly on a soapbox, I apologize. But I was responding to the thought. So, and thank you for the comment, Josh. More Zach is probably the only thing I'm 100% sure we get in part 3. Subtext, yes, absolutely. Like, and I'm dying to see where they go with it. I could be totally wrong. They could give us something completely else, and I probably will still love it, right? I missed that Aaron comment, but dang, that's some really good cooking there. Yes, Toolman, I agree. Melterer disagrees with Josh, but endings are hard, cannot please everyone. So, yes, absolutely. I'm not saying that we can't be disappointed with the way a story lands, right? Some people watch Lost, like my wife and I did. We had a watch party for the end of Lost, which, like, you don't know us, but we don't do that kind of thing. But my wife baked gingerbread cookies of all of the people, and we did icing and props and stuff of all the different characters. We had a punch bowl of blue water with a plane sitting on it. We had a black smoke cloud hanging from the ceiling fan. Like, we loved that show. Did we get every answer to everything? Was everybody happy with the way that show ended? No. Game of Thrones, same way. Did some people were not happy with the way that last season played out, right? And the same thing with Stranger Things, right? So there's going to be an element of you can't please everybody for sure, and that's why I'm so grateful to the devs that they've been very clear in interviews and in the way that they've spoke about Part 3 and about this series as a whole, that they knew where they wanted to take it from the beginning. And while Subtext has done a great job of speaking about this on his channel. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. But they are taking in fan feedback in certain ways, right? Like, did they adapt mini games as well as they could? Was the Platinum Trophy too hard to achieve in Rebirth? Those types of things. But narratively speaking, where they want to go with this, they're not listening to the fan base. They have a vision for where they want this story to go, and they are sticking to that vision no matter what. And I love that. I think that that's great. I think that's the only way that they could do it. And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna love it. But if some people don't, Melterer, then you're absolutely right. You can't please everybody, right? Pillar, did anybody get a clue on why Sephiroth had Cloud take the materia from Aerith, then give it to him, only to somehow give it back to Cloud by the end of Rebirth? Confusing. Did anybody have a clue why Sephiroth had Cloud take the black materia from Aerith, give it to him, only to somehow give it back to Cloud by the end of Rebirth? So I think that it's meant to be somewhat what we're supposed to interpret from that scene is that while Cloud was in some way like passed out unconscious on that black tree branch, Sephiroth didn't actually sever that tree branch and drop Cloud and Aerith into the abyss, because they're you can see Cloud coming in and out of it after the Dream World sequence with Aerith, the date sequence, where Cloud's being lugged around by Barret. they didn't fall anywhere, right? So I think part of that is like an interpretation of like a vision of what Cloud is seeing, and then Cloud going unconscious and coming back in and out of it. Clearly, somehow, he also, was interacting with Aerith in the live stream or in something there. We don't know exactly how and why through the live stream. Somehow he's engaged with Aerith at that dream world. And he has he ultimately ends up with the white materia eventually, right? But I think that what we're supposed to interpret is that branch wasn't actually cut. They didn't actually go anywhere. But somehow the white materia came with him by the time that he, woke back up, or whatever happened, right? So we just need a lot more explanation about what happened there. And then as it pertains to the black materia, to answer what you're saying, Pillar, is I don't think Cloud ever gave it to Sephiroth. That hasn't happened yet. Sephiroth wasn't there to give it to, right? Everybody could see this vision of him, but he wasn't physically there to hand the materia to. I think this was in Cloud's mind, and he will hand the black materia to him as per usual, as per the OG in the Northern Crater. So he kind of pocketed that thing and just had it. I don't think that I think some of that stuff is like an interpretation of something, but not actually what was going on. So we'll just see if they hopefully explain that. Young Sephiroth would be so nice. You're absolutely right. Toolman, Mecha Chadley is a big pull. Damn it, could be the Chadster protecting Hojo. Yes, Chadwick, the Chad, is definitely going to be protecting Hojo. I'm very confident of that. We'll see if I'm right or wrong, but I feel pretty good about it. 4 pillows, it's a flex move. Sephiroth is just messing with Cloud and strengthening his control over him. Sephiroth needs Cloud to deliver the back materia to him up north. Yes, absolutely. Astrozak, glad to see you live stream. Hey, thanks, man. I'm doing my best out here. I'm learning as I go. Not everything's going according to plan. Sometimes technology gets in the way, that kind of thing. But hey, I'm glad you're here. Thanks for joining in. More from subtext. Ready, guys? I still haven't finished Stranger Things, but the gut feeling is that Stranger Things hasn't had... I didn't say anything about Stranger Things, right? I don't think I spoiled anything. I'm pretty sure. I said people didn't like it, but I don't think I said anything. The gut feeling is that Stranger Things hasn't had the plan remake had. Usually TV shows don't, but I think this remake project has been slow simmering for a while. They said in the remake Ultimania it was originally planned as a 5th part of the compilation way back. Yeah, absolutely, guys. I told you. Like, if you aren't watching subtext, if you're not on his channel, if you're not checking his stuff out, what are you even doing with your lives? Like, you should be checking him out for sure. Like, trust me, he's got great in-depth coverage of stuff. He digs deep, and the way that he talks about storytelling is like one of the most entrancing things to me about his content that I just cannot get enough of it. So, bro, you do a great job, man. I agree, subtext. The care they have shown in this game is on another level. I have faith they will somehow surprise us with something truly special in the end. Melter, I'm 100%. I'm right there with you. More subtext. I actually loved the ending of Lost back when it happened. I also binged the whole thing right before the final season, so there wasn't years of anticipation. Man, that would have been a great way to do it. We watched it live, and then we waited, and then we watched more live, and then we waited. Remember those days, guys? Oh, man. Like, week-to-week show? That's not a way to live. but I did actually like the end of Lost. I didn't feel like I needed every question answered, and I was happy with what they did with it. Take that for what it's worth, but yeah, I was on board for it. I was there for it. Blitz, my only fear for the ending being poorly executed are the sheer amount of things left to hit story-wise that they introduced. I have faith. There will be some things I don't like, but I won't let that ruin the last 6 years for me. Bro, absolutely. I feel the exact same way, right? Like, there is a ton of stuff to do. There's a ton of story left. There's a ton of additional stuff that they've added. and then anything else that they build into the game that like we're expecting them to also expand on in the same amazing way they've expanded on Remake and expanded on Rebirth. I think they're going to land the plane, guys. I think they're going to do it. Will we love everything about it? I mean, Rebirth wasn't a perfect game. Remake wasn't a perfect game. But I don't look back on those games and think, oh man, like, Remake was ruined because of the sewer section. That's just not me, right? I'm like, this game is so freaking amazing. I could play it over and over and love the story, the characters, the music. The music of these games alone has been worth playing through them, right? So if we get some little pieces that's like, no, okay, yeah, I get it. I understand what you're doing. If we're throwing some boxes as Kate Sith for a moment, like, guys, that section will pass, and then focus on the rest of the game, which is truly outstanding, right? Like that's just how I feel. Legendary. One thing that's been sticking in my head is the themes of Part 3 could delve into: hope versus despair, acceptance versus resentment, Queen's Blood versus Fort Condor. Okay, maybe not the last one. I don't think it's any contest. Queen's Blood is by far and away a way better minigame than Fort Condor. Fort Condor was really neat in that we got to see a current 2020 something version of the polygon characters of old. That was really cool, and it was a neat way to incorporate it in a way that maybe didn't make total sense with the story per se, but we got to see it in a way that made sense in this world, right? That was fantastic. That was awesome. It was a nice homage. But Fort Condor is a game, not one of the better minigames, right? I mean, Intergrade and the way they implement it in Rebirth, like, I think it did its thing and it was fine. Queen's Blood, however, there's legs to that game, man. There's so much more they could do with it in Part 3, which Hamaguchi has already said it's going to be back and it's going to be better, and I can't wait to see, because I'm here for it. But what would that look like, right? What are your guys' ideas? Throw them in the chat. How could they improve Queen's Blood and make it better? I will circle back to that in a second, because I'll give you a couple of my thoughts, but I want you guys to put some of your own out there first while I catch up on a couple other comments. So, but thanks Legendary, for the thought. That's the thing I keep telling myself. It's just hard not to believe in the worst in human responses to popular media. Josh, you're absolutely right. We don't need to belabor that point, but you're absolutely correct. Melterer, 100% agree, Blitz. To this day, the feeling I got the first seeing the ending to Remake stays with me. That feeling of wonder and surprise and unknown all over again was so special. Like, you guys are firing me up just thinking about it. Like, the way they have told this story is just so freaking incredible. The portrayal of the characters, the way they fleshed them all out, the voice acting crew has been amazing, right? I was actually, for different reasons, I was actually going back to my Rebirth capture of my playthrough, and I was at the part with the Junon parade, and the speech they gave Rufus, guys, the speech they gave Rufus was an outstanding moment in and of itself in this game, right? The music and the way that they kind of really ramped it up to this huge patriotic presidential sounding theme that swelled at the right moments, and the speech he was giving, like, you know, I hear some of our politicians talk and they don't talk as well as Rufus. That's all I'm saying, right? So, like, that was a great moment in Rebirth that we got, right? So, yeah, I don't know, guys. It was fantastic. That's all I know what to say. That's all I know what to say. Is just playing these games, and all these moments that they have given us are just freaking fantastic. Freaking fantastic. Let's see. The story is not only making Cloud the unreliable narrator, but showing us, the audience, what Cloud is hallucinating. Is there still story beats that we haven't seen yet that happened in Rebirth? So, Pillar, I don't know if I can really speak to that because we don't know what we don't know. But I was having a conversation with Blitz this week about there's a lot of conversation amongst the party that happens with Cloud not present. That we get references or it's alluded to, but we don't see it. Because we as the players in Remake and Rebirth, we have been put into Cloud's position, right? We are just as much unreliable narrators as he is. He's unreliable in the sense that he doesn't remember the events of Nibelheim and stuff like that accurately. We remember the OG, but now it's being treated as though, are we really misremembering things? Things are not playing out the way that we recall, right? And so we're kind of put into this confusing space as well. And I do think that that will play into how Part 3 begins. I think that the most effective way they could handle what happened with Aerith at the end of Rebirth is A, you start Part 3 and we don't see her for a while. We need to feel the loss of Aerith and how the characters are reacting to it. Not even Cloud, right? I don't think Cloud should even like see her, get a vision of her, talk to her talk to him, nothing, okay? But when we do get to the point where we start grappling with some of that stuff, because we need answers to some of that stuff, it is relevant to the overall narrative that they're giving us, I do think the most effective way would be to keep Cloud, and thus us as the player, very confused about what we're seeing. At the end of Rebirth, some people are like, it was a Jenova manipulation, it wasn't really Aerith. Some people are like, no, it really was Aerith, and she's in the life stream, and she's projecting the Cloud. Some people are like, no, she's not a Force ghost. She was saved in another world that Cloud created when he parried Sephiroth's blade. Spoiler alert, if you didn't play the end of Rebirth, go play the game. What are you doing here? But there's like all these different ways that it could be interpreted as the end. And I think we should stay confused. I think that we should get some moments with Aerith when we do start seeing her again, where we still think, okay, this could be Aerith in the live stream, or Aerith talking to Cloud, or it's questionable enough it could be a Jenova manipulation. We don't know until we finally do know, right? I think that keeping us confused would be a very effective way to continue the narrative and tell the story that they're shooting for in Part 3. That would be interesting to me. It'd be interesting to see if instead of Cloud being the unreliable narrator, maybe he is the only one able to see what's truly there. I mean, he saw the rift in the sky that nobody else could see. So, Melter, you're not necessarily you could be onto something there, right? Stranger Things is my favorite show, period. I was really bummed when so many people hated an ending that I love so much. We just learned there are folks here who didn't see it, so I won't elaborate, Josh, more than you, but I agree. Like, some people just, they want what they expected. You know what movie suffered from this greatly? Is Justice League and Batman v Superman. People went into those movies with what they wanted out of it, and then when they didn't get what they wanted, they came out upset. I went to those movies and I just accepted them for what they were, for the story the creators, Zack Snyder and the creators were trying to tell, and I enjoyed myself. Do I think they're the best movies of all time? Certainly not, right? But I still enjoyed watching those movies because I didn't go in with this anticipation or this expectation that I must get my version. And that's why, like, people comment on my videos and they're like, your theory's way off. I hope you come back after Part 3 and you know, comment or you make a video and you show us how upset you were when your theories were wrong. Dude, that's not me. You're never gonna get that. Like, my theories are wrong, they're wrong. Okay, sure, I don't mind. I'll be the first one to say, well, they didn't do that, right? But I bet you what they do I bet you what they do, I will be immensely pleased with, and I will enjoy it a whole hell of a lot. That's all I'm gonna say. So, we'll see. But that's I know myself. I'm pretty confident that's what's gonna happen. What happened to Genesis at the end of Dirge of Cerberus? It made everyone think that they were making an epic Final Fantasy VII ending game where Genesis is the true antagonist all along. I don't know, dude. Like, that's all open-ended stuff right now that I don't know how or if they try to weave some of that stuff in. As Blitz said earlier, and I said earlier, there is so much to do in Part 3. I don't know if they try to tackle some of that dirge stuff. I mean, I think that it would be wise for them, as they are narratively trying to pull the entire compilation together with this remake project, that they bring it in some capacity. But I don't think that they dive deep into it. You know, I don't think that I don't think they're gonna have the space and the overhead for that. But I could be wrong. Who knows? You're heading into part 3, Jesse, with a similar outlook. I think the massive amount of questions will be hard to connect every dot on, but there's still a chance of a good ending. Absolutely, for sure. B. Hickman, hey dude, man, I remember some of your comments. Thank you so much for jumping on the live stream. Cloud may deny what happened in one world at Rebirth's end while simultaneously seeing and interacting with something actual in another there at the end. A big new twist in part 3 might be realizing both. You know, I think that there was a Kate Sith prediction about something similar to that. So, who knows? You could be right. Online battle against each other in Queen's Blood in part 3. Blitz, man. If it happens, like, I hate to tell you this, but we're going to have to play it, right? We're going to have to play. They should include online leaderboard for the minigames. Toolman, that's a great idea. I love that. And I've got to be top 3 run wild speedrunners. Good for you, man. That's fantastic. I struggled with that minigame. It was not the easiest one for me, sadly. Josh, I'm hoping that the trilogy leaves me wanting to play the whole thing again. That's usually when something lands for me. I feel like it's gonna. Like, I have played Remake and Rebirth so many times already. And here's the crazy thing. I've played them because I love the games. And I've played them just because I needed clips, and sometimes I need footage of stuff from the game that was like, I need it with just the background music, and then sometimes I need it with captions or no captions. Sometimes I need it with just the VA dialogue so I can make these videos. I've been over and over and over in all the different parts of these games, so but I don't ever get tired of it. That's the crazy thing. I've seen all these moments so much, and I know where pieces of them are so easily to just dive into the game and know right where I need this piece of dialogue, and it doesn't get old. It doesn't get old. I'm right there with you, man. For sure. I'm cooking right now. Wow. Okay, great. They're gonna milk the Rebirth ending mystery for at least the first. Yes, absolutely. We're talking about the Aerith thing, right? Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Yeah, I think that, like, keeping us confused, that's gonna be key at the beginning. Or feeling Aerith's loss. We need that for sure. I'm unsure as to whether Remake is in the same continuity as the OG in its compilation. While characters in Remake reference future details, I suspect it might be the livestream carried info from the OG. Okay, so great thought. I will hit you with how I think about it and how I work about it. And if you watch the Shattered Planet video, which I know you did, if you see the graphic that I put up on screen of the various worlds, right? The one in the top left, I don't know what that is for you guys. It's up there, maybe? Maybe it's over there, or over there. I don't know. Anyways, one of the worlds that I splinter out in that image or in that visual is the OG FF7, which is labeled with, not a beagle, not a terrier, it's labeled with the OG Meteor logo, okay? The way I see it, the OG FF7 is just one of the worlds of the planet. And all of this plays out simultaneously, okay? Pillars, thanks for subscribing, man. That's awesome. I appreciate that. Yeah, and like, one of the things I know some folks who watch the Shattered Planet video, and Subtext, if you're still here, you're one of them. I'm not trying to call you out, but I know that you struggled with it. You're very honest, and I appreciate that. The idea that some people struggled with the Shattered Planet theory is that in the depiction that was in my head, doesn't necessarily have to be canon, but the depiction in my head, the way that I saw it, that made sense to me, is that the Cetra potentially split the planet at the beginning when they could not beat Jenova. Because one of the big central core pillars of that concept of, like, how I got to the Shattered Planet thought was, how did they beat Jenova? Like they put it into some kind of stasis, some kind of stalemate, but we don't know how. We don't have any of the information around that, right? But a splintering of the worlds, and then like the worlds and the life stream are kind of like a taffy machine, and you can envision Jenova kind of being pulled into this long stringy thing. There I go behind the mural again. Being pulled into all these different like spinny loops to where it's all stretched out, and it's struggling to try to pull itself back together again, but it's all wound up in this machine, right? That's the way that I envision Jenova and the life stream as part of the Shattered Planet. But where some people struggled is, well, if the planet is made up of all these worlds and it has existed since way back then, way back when the Cetra did that, when the planet was whole, then where they struggled is they thought all these worlds started at the end of Remake, when Destiny was defied, when Fate was broken in the Singularity, when the Whisper Harbinger was beaten. Conceptually, that's when all the planets were created. And at the end of Remake, I would agree with that. But with all the information that we have in Rebirth, my view, my take on it is that all these worlds run at different paces, like Sephiroth said, right? In one world, like let's say in the Terrier world, Zack and Cloud are just arriving in Midgar. In the OG FF7, we're already way down the timeline, and Red and his prodigy are running towards Midgar and looking out at all the growth all over it, right? In a different world, some unnamed world that we don't have a dog or a stamp to designate, the party is just arriving in Gongaga. In a different one, the party is just arriving in Nibelheim, or the Nibelheim flashback is occurring, right? Like, they're all happening at these different paces. And as one world winds down and expires, as Sephiroth explained to us, the planet does away with that world, it rejoins the life stream, and then the planet spins up a new world. And it starts all over again. It's just reliving the same memories, it's replaying the same TV show that it loves over and over and over with all the characters it loves and that we love, right? And that just is on a continuous cycle of all these planets ramping up, expiring, and then going back down again. And part of the reason I think that is because, as I explained, in order for the Beagle world to have our characters defy fate, we started Remake with a world already in progress, right? That Cloud met Avalanche, and he was going to Reactor 1 with them. But that that world was already going. It wasn't created by breaking fate, okay? And I think that's the same case for all the other worlds of the planet, that they all are spinning out there, and that Jenova is just kind of like, just like stuck amongst all of them. And I think also, you'll see in my video tomorrow around the Gi, I think the Gi are stuck too, right? So, there's a very long explanation, but that's some of my thoughts on how the OG fits into Remake. We're not, and I think it's very wise if the devs did that, because what they didn't want to do clearly was do a one-for-one remake. They thought that what they were making could be more special than that, and I think it is. But they didn't want to replace it, supplant it, or overwrite it either. And so I think that the way they have done it in this way is very clever, because it allows the OG to exist as we know it. It is important, it is impactful, it happened the way that it happened, and it lives alongside everything else they're giving us. I think that's a tremendous way to approach it, and that's just the way that I view it. Continuity, not necessarily Remake's future. This could be a rebuild of a Evangelion thing going on. Yeah. We need the rest of the information, but could be. Legendary. Sephiroth should be the one who gives us the answer to the question around Aerith's death, and then we get the real answer at the livestream sequence. So, what are you all thinking about the livestream sequence? Like, I have my own... Look at this guy right here. Look at him. That smug guy. I'll tell you. We're going to get him, guys. We're going to get him in part 3. Feel it. I don't know. I don't know whether Sephiroth will tell us what happened or not. I think clearly he was caught off guard by Aerith's appearance. I think that is certainly Aerith appearing out of the live stream. She was not there. She appeared, right? Which, by the way, when that moment hit, if you guys are like me, you were losing your mind. Like, go check out my playthrough and to see how I reacted to it. I didn't know what to say. I was blown away, as I'm sure everybody else was. The live stream sequence, however, I'm gonna hold my thoughts on it because I want to see some thoughts from some other creators and possibly make my own content around it. But I think the live stream sequence in the remake project is going to be just as impactful, and just like everything else, I think it's going to be expanded upon. That's really all I kind of want to dive into it right now. Hey, subtext. In fact, I hope I'm at least a little bit wrong because I'll be even more surprised. I hear you, buddy. I hear you. They got to be careful about including stuff like Omega and Genesis, but don't let them overcrowd the story. Yeah, Toolman. I don't know what they're going to do with those guys. I don't know what they're going to do with these concepts. They do have to be very careful. Yep. Pillar, here's a cook. Ooh. I love a good cook. Let's go. The rift shows a world is ending. Agreed. Cloud and maybe Tifa are existing in another world aside from the party, yet somehow still connected to the party. If that's the case, then the world Cloud and Aerith are in is ending, which means they are doomed. That's a big problem to solve. That's very interesting. I like some pieces of it. I think that it would complicate things if Cloud and Tifa were with the party at Tiny Bronco, but also not there, or like we're standing there talking to them, but not really present. But part of why I feel that way, because I know some people disagree with me about this. There are some people who think all of these worlds all exist in the live stream, and none of it's real, right? I personally think all these worlds are physical worlds that the planet has manifested out of memories and spiritual energy and hopes and dreams and blah, blah, blah. I think they're all physical worlds. That's just my interpretation at the moment. I could be totally dead wrong. If so, I won't eat these chickens. I won't eat these chocobos, but aren't they cute? But I think that they would really complicate the narrative to try to explain how they're there and not there at the same time. But I do think there's legs to the idea that Cloud can see two things happening at once where the rest of the party cannot. I think that there's something to that thought, maybe. But I don't think that they can physically. I think he can see something else, see through something else, like Tifa could maybe with contact to the live stream. But Tifa didn't see the rift either, right? So. Maybe Cloud can see some things, but he's physically present in the Beagle world with the rest of the party getting on that Tiny Bronco, right? As a reminder, Legendary says, when Remake ended, many of us were convinced that Zack was going to have his own... When Remake ended, many of us were convinced that Zack was going to have his own full scenario in Rebirth instead of what we got. Theories ultimately are fun, but surprises are even better. Dude, I could not have said that in a nicer way than you did, right? Like, we can have our own thoughts. We can have our own opinions on things. I'm just dying to see the story the devs want to tell. Like, it is really fun to have these conversations and to think these things through because we're all passionate about the story and the characters and everything else. But they could not use anything I say. They could not use any idea that I've thought of. And I'm just going to be happy to have my mind blown about something I didn't think of, right? Yeah, I want to be surprised and delighted. That's it. I want to be surprised and delighted, right? Why is Advent Children saturated with the Hex Grid theme? It's like it's a separate world running a Chadley simulator or simulation. Wait, is Subtext is still here? I don't know if Blitz is still here or not. The devs talked about this at one point. They talked about like the concept of like those hexes are kind of like DNA coded kind of things. And I'm trying to remember specifically what they said. I might have to look that up and see if we can cobble together like maybe a short or a TikTok or something like that that can dive into that. Because I don't remember it accurately off the top of my head, and I don't want to misremember something. So unless somebody else in the chat throws it in there to expand on it, Chumpa, I hear what you're saying, and the devs have spoken a little bit about Advent Children and the way that is all themed. You see it in all the graphics in the movie. You see it in there's an image up here somewhere of Cloud and Sephiroth. Maybe that's what you saw, but they definitely use that intentionally. And it is part of the way that they designed the movie, and there is stuff behind it. I want you to get the right full answer, not the johnq off his head, only partially correct answer. So, but like our good friends Smully and Skulder used to say, the truth is out there. Time for me to dip. Toolman, enjoy the stream. Look forward to the Gi video tomorrow. Bless. Thanks, Toolman. I appreciate you so much. Thanks for stopping by. And before anybody else has to cut out, I do want to remember to tell you a couple of things. Kind of channel updatey kind of stuff. I'm still building all of this out as I go, so just bear with me as I'm sort of like rolling out pieces that you might already be familiar with other content creators. But I have started a Discord server. If any of y'all are into that, if you want to join it, I will throw it in the chat. But yeah, I would love to create additional conversation in the space where we can continue to have these conversations. I've built it out or pre-baked it with some channels around popular games or other thought processes and stuff. Some fun things in there too. And also, I have curated this in advance for you guys with a whole bunch of other content creators that I personally follow. So if you scroll further down in the channel list, you'll see other creators that I follow. Feel free to check any of them out. And some of the folks that we've talked about or two tonight, they are on that list, right? So if you want to look for some other really good info that you can check out around gaming or Final Fantasy VII, go look for that list of creators and check all of them out because they are fantastic. And I endorse all of them. So, oh, and before I scroll back up to see what else I missed, Legendary, have to catch up on the VOD later. Have a good night, everyone. Looking forward to the video tomorrow. Thanks, Legendary. I appreciate you. Have a good night. Okay, so let's see. What else do we got here? Morph says, tell us your FF7 secrets. Well, the biggest thing I can tell you right now is I have a new video coming out tomorrow around the Gi. Their presentation in the OG versus their presentation in Rebirth, an analysis of that, and also just how we as players think about it, as well as potentially how they might play into the overall story that the remake project is telling, and even Sephiroth's endgame. So be sure to watch for that tomorrow, and we'll check that out. I need to drink something real fast. I've been talking nonstop. Thank you for that pause. It's been so Hellening. It's been so long, but I swear I read in remake the Cetra used Shiva to seal Jenova. Then I saw theories that Jenova shape-shifted into Shiva for her Nibelheim body. I believe what you're referencing is in the enemy intel of Shiva in remake. I could be wrong about that, but I believe that that's correct. And I think it does make reference to something about a tie from Shiva to Jenova. I don't remember anything about Jenova shape-shifting into Shiva, but clearly Jenova, when it went into whatever form of stalemate, stasis, whatever happened, it was clearly imitating or mimicking a human form or some other kind of form at that time, and that's what we see in the tank, right? So who knows? Could it be Shiva? Could it not be Shiva? I don't know. I guess we'd have to take the Jenova model from like the Nibelheim reactor in Rebirth and compare it to a close-up shot of Shiva in the VR simulator or when you summon her and see if they look alike. I don't know. I don't know if anybody's done that yet. Maybe we'll have to look at that. FC is a better place for that since we're going back there anyways. Maybe? Could be. Gotta head out. Melter, always love when I can catch these streams with you all. Looking forward to the next video coming. Thanks, Melter. I appreciate you so much. Subtext. As support for worlds having pre-existing before the Harbinger thing, even the flash of Cloud's OG monologue during Aerith's death, it can imply that Remake was a side world alongside OG, and the Harbinger was the vehicle for keeping errant worlds in line. Now that it's gone, the Remake world has a future it could never have had without taking out the Harbinger. Yes, absolutely. Does subtext, does that mean that you find yourself more inclined to potentially agree with the Shattered Planet theory now than when you first reacted to it on your channel? Because I know that that's the point where you kind of struggled a little bit, and I'm just curious to know if those thoughts are still the same or if they've changed. Jesse, yeah, for sure. The ending of Remake, we threw a wrench into the command structure of how the planet operates, and I agree it's very possible that the extra worlds existed prior to Remake. Yeah, and I wonder if by doing what the party did, defeating the Whisper Harbinger, has sort of spun things out of axis a little bit to where either the worlds and how long they normally would have lasted has now been affected by that, or has given Jenova more capacity to try and pull some of itself back together. I don't know. I feel like there's going to be broader implications to the party having done this that we don't know yet. Whether it's just like Sephiroth's endgame and that we kind of helped him out and we'll realize that later, or if it's just some unintended consequences of what we did. So I'm not quite sure yet, but I can't wait to find out, just like all of you. Let's see. Dances with Doges. That's great. I love that. Do you think that the projection Cloud sees of Aerith at the end of Rebirth is Sephiroth playing Cloud mind games? That's an excellent question. And again, I don't know that we have the answer to it. And I don't know that we have enough puzzle pieces to put together or rearrange to figure that out yet. I will say, however, in composing and editing together the Gi video that will come out tomorrow on the channel, so be sure to check that out, I will say part of what you will find in that video, I'm not going to give it away. I want you guys to see it. I want you to wait for it. And I want you to tell me what you think, okay? But I rearranged the puzzle pieces we have around the Gi. The information that we have been presented in Rebirth, and even as far back as the E3 2015 trailer when they first said they were making the Remake project, okay? I rearranged all those puzzle pieces to a much more cohesive narrative that surprisingly works very well together. Very well together. And then in addition to that, I did the same thing with information Sephiroth has given us about what he's doing or what's going on with the world. And surprisingly, it kind of makes a lot of sense too, right? So it'd be interesting to see what everybody thinks of those concepts as they're laid out, as I've rearranged some puzzle pieces together, kind of like I did with the Shattered Planet video. But I think that it does make for a decently compelling case. And then interestingly enough, I do think that, as we all know, if you played through Rebirth and you played the side quest where the Gi show up in Cosmo Canyon, and Nanaki says to the Gi, "Hey, I want to find a way to help you," right? I deal with that in this video as well, as far as a thought from my perspective on how that could be accomplished, and how that might play out in part 3. And I think we have some puzzle pieces that can help us to draw some reasonable conclusions as to how that could occur. And I do think there's an element to what the Gi have said to us that plays into what we will see in Part 3 when the party comes back to help the Gi and help Nanaki to fulfill that promise to them. So just hang in there tight until tomorrow and check that out and let me know what you think. That's all I'm going to tease about it today. I may have said too much already. Okay, so Choompa Loompa says, subtext, I think Cloud's speech to Sephiroth when Aerith died is a result of himself merging with all his other selves. The actual reunion may be part of an extended live stream sequence. And subtext actually responded, yeah, I'm more open to it, yeah. I just couldn't get past the initial block, but that's not impossible. Oh, that was in response to my thoughts on the Shattered Planet. Another bit of evidence that the remake exists alongside OG is that I find the final cutscene of the Crisis Core reunion very weird. In every other situation, they remastered the PSP Crisis Core scene. We gotta wait and see what he says. I want to know what the end of that thought is. Choompa Loompa. So, yeah, it kind of comes back to a thought somebody else, or question somebody else asked earlier about the Cloud's monologue during Aerith's death. Or I think subtext said that. But is it a manipulation? Is it really what happened? And there's more to it than that. And what's going on with Cloud as well. I think all that plays into ultimately what we will get as a FF7R live stream sequence that we will get in Part 3. I think that we will get some resolution to it there. But I just think it's going to be much more expanded than what the original OG scene was. I think it's going to accomplish the same thing as the OG. I think it's just going to do it in a different way, the same way that they've been doing the rest of this remake project. And could that tie into like helping like piece together for Cloud, not just himself, but what happened in those moments at the end of Rebirth? Sure, could absolutely play out that way. Certainly a possibility. Oh, so here's the rest of his thought. I'm going to go back and I'm going to read it again, okay? Another bit of evidence from the remake that the remake exists alongside OG is that I find the final cutscene of Crisis Core Reunion very weird. In every other situation, they remastered the PSP Crisis Core scene, but in Reunion, it uses the remake footage for the Aerith part of that ending, then remasters Crisis Core for the Cloud part. It could just be reusing a prettier version of the Aerith scene, but it's the only ... I want the rest of this thought now. I will, while he's typing this, I will tell you folks, also on the channel, if you haven't checked it out, I recently did, as a side project that I've wanted to do since the end of Remake, okay? We all played Remake, it ended, and then what did we get? We got this superb retelling of the story with just moving pictures and music, right? And they just the pictures kept floating. Here, we'll go over here. Kept floating up, and then we got music to go along with it, right? Some tracks that the devs had picked out, certainly like to just like sort of be an overture to the ending of the game, okay? And then Rebirth ended, and we got the exact same thing, right? We got more floating pictures, and we got more music to go along with it, right? Well, what I had wanted to do is, I felt like at the end of Remake, if we got the exact same credits scroll for Rebirth, that's going to be a cohesive narrative when you put 2 and 2 together, right? When you put 1 and 2 in front of each other and they both kind of like, you know, float up together, you have both games' story just told with moving pictures and music. No dialogue, nothing, just that, okay? And that's exactly what we got. But I just felt like they were two disparate pieces. And so what I did on the channel, and you can go check it out, is I merged both of those things. So now you have one scroll of both games, and I redid a medley of the music from the OSTs so that you hear the music that played out during those moments of the game as they occurred. And I thought it came out great. I definitely would encourage you to check it out and leave your thoughts, leave your comments, tell me if you liked it or not. And I will. Here's something else I'll toss out there. Okay, just for you all. Shh. Just us. Okay. So go check that out. Leave a comment with your favorite piece of music from the remake project, or maybe your favorite transition from one piece of music to another that I did in the medley. But the first person who can comment and they can accurately guess my favorite transition from one piece of music to another piece of music in that medley that I created, the first person who gets my favorite correct in the comments gets a prize. I will reach out to the person who comments and gets it, and I will make sure that you are taken care of. But go check that out. Give me your best guesses and tell me what your favorite piece of music was from the remake project, because all the music is amazing. And if you haven't already, speaking of the music, there's another channel on YouTube that I highly endorse from Patrick Rainville. Patrick Rainville Music Analysis. And that guy is going through every single piece of music in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Every little one that possibly pops up. He's keeping a spreadsheet of all of them, all that kind of stuff. He's trying to figure out the composers. He's pulling in motifs to sort of figure out where we hear things through threads from other pieces of music, because they've done a fantastic job of weaving the music, other pieces of music into each other in these games. It's a fantastic watch. He just came out with episode 30, but they are fantastic if you love the music of these games. So go check out Patrick Rainville Music Analysis on YouTube. And be sure to like or subscribe to him, because really his stuff's top notch. Okay, let's get back to Subtext's comment here. So they redid all the scenes of Crisis Core, the PSP Classic, but they used the remake footage of Aerith. Okay, so he's not done typing yet. We're still waiting, guys. We're still waiting. So on the channel. Guys, I have ADD, so sometimes staying on track of a thought is a struggle, okay? So on the channel, in addition to the Shatter Planet, the Zack video, the new merged ending credits with the new medley, there's also something else I've been working on similar to that merged credit scene. This is where we're going to tie back to what Subtext is writing, okay? Where I'm taking the end of Crisis Core and the beginning of Remake, and I'm doing that same merging into a cohesive narrative so that one flows directly into the other, okay? And I'm going to be honest with you guys, it came out pretty great. Pretty great. I'm not quite done with it yet. I showed it to a couple of folks, but watch for that on the channel too, because, I don't know if you guys, watch some of this stuff on YouTube that I do, but one of the things that I like to do on occasion is I'll just go find such and such game, the movie, right? Where you see all the cutscenes, the whole story, but you're not really having to play through the game to get the gist of it, right? I don't know. Sometimes if I'm never going to get the chance to play a game, I will do that just because I want to be able to talk about it. I want to be able to speak intelligibly when people are discussing these things. I want to know. I want to know what happened with some of these amazing stories I didn't experience myself, okay? I would love to, at some point, create such a thing for this remake project. It's one of my passion projects I'm working on in the background. Who knows if it'll ever see the light of day. It would be incredibly long. We're talking hours upon hours upon hours upon hours to watch the whole thing, right? But I think it could be pretty great, especially if there's a seamless way to cut over from, say, Crisis Core Reunion to Remake to Rebirth to Part 3. So that's all I'm going to say about that, because that's just a project in the background. Subtext says he's done, so I want to see what he said the rest of it. But in Reunion, they use the... So they used the Aerith footage from Remake when they ended Crisis Core Reunion. True, okay? But as one post, maybe they just wanted to use a nicer looking version of Aerith's scene, but it's the only remake footage used in Crisis Core. I wonder if it means Crisis Core Reunion leads into both remake and OG. You know, that's really interesting subtext. I like that a lot. Because it would make sense if what we're seeing is we're seeing some of those elements from Crisis Core as we know it that leads us into the OG, and we're seeing other elements of it that lead us also into remake. And what's really intriguing about that more than anything else is I think conceptually a lot of us agree in the community, both content creators and players alike, okay, everybody, right? I think some of us agree that part of what we're seeing in Remake and Rebirth is both Sephiroth and Aerith having a knowledge through the life stream of what's going on beyond the bounds of the Beagle world, right? I think that that's why Aerith realizes she's in trouble and runs from Sephiroth's theme in the alley, which is part of the Shattered Planet video. Go check that out. I think that that's part of why she is trying to drive Cloud to Tifa, understanding what Tifa means to his eventual journey. You can see her do that multiple times. I think that that's why she gives knowing glances or statements in Remake. Like there's this one moment in the Sector 5 slums where they're around those kids and the black robed guy shows up, and Cloud asks Aerith, does she know about Sephiroth? And all you get from her is this sort of like just her mouth, and she's like, oh, yeah. And then she just like walks off, and you're like, what the hell was that? Right? So like there's stuff like that, or like her in the flower garden at her house where she's telling Cloud the flowers are not talking to her, and that there's a final step that has to be taken before they can be heard, right? And everybody who has played the OG is like, oh my gosh, I know what that is, right? But how does Aerith know, right? Same thing with Sephiroth, right? He's popping up out of nowhere at the beginning, just like, hey, Cloud, what you doing? You thought you got me, but you were wrong. And by the way, the planet's dying, right? What the heck is that, right? So I think that we all agree, like, there's more happening here. And for some reason that we don't yet understand, it's the Beagle World version of these characters, of Aerith and of Sephiroth, who have somehow become aware beyond themselves through the life stream of everything else that's happening around them, or for Aerith in the future, that it then rubs off on Marlene or Nanaki, and she loses it in Rebirth and blah blah, right? But I think that coming back to Subtext's point here about the end of Crisis Core Reunion is, when do they get that knowledge, right? Like, Sephiroth says in the Nibelheim flashback in Rebirth, which means that it's happening in the remake continuum, it's happening in the Beagle world, and it's happening before the events of Cloud and Aerith running into each other at the beginning of Remake, before Aerith walks away from that pipe. There's a moment in that timeline, in that world, in that Beagle world, where Sephiroth is in Nibelheim, goes icky baluki, right? And he's talking to Jenova at the tank, and he's like, I know exactly how to get it back. I know how to reclaim our world, the Promised Land. He says that in the OG, true, but there's something different about the way he says it this time. How does he know? How does he know? Right? So, like, I think that part of what we need to ask ourselves is, how do these two characters come into this knowledge, and when? Because I think that's an extremely important element to understanding what's going on in the remake project and why things are different than the OG, right? It could be that the OG played out and the party never defied fate once, and the Whispers just never showed up. They were there the whole time. We just never saw them because we were following the events we were supposed to follow, right? Kang never had to get involved to maintain the main MCU timeline. You know what I'm saying? But then in remake, they do have this knowledge, and now all of a sudden the Whispers are like messing with Aerith because she's thrown off her game, because she's not doing some of the things that she should be doing, and they're like, nah, you need to meet Cloud, girl, you need to meet Cloud. And Sephiroth's messing around, and so the Whispers are like trying to figure out how do they react to that, and everything starts spinning on its axis, and it just keeps wobbling and wobbling and wobbling, and it gets worse and worse and worse, right? I think that that's really what we saw play out, right? Here's some interesting questions. You know people who can see the Whispers, and we haven't got any reason for why they can see them yet? Cissnei and Rufus. What happened in this continuum where Rufus was in contact with the Whispers because he was either defying fate or he wasn't following the fate that the planet had planned? Same with Cissnei, right? Is her presence in Gongaga because Sung sent her there as a favor to Zack because Zack went missing and he wants to look after her parents? Is she there on a mission and she's just looking out for Gongaga? Or does she go there because she's like, I'm done with this. Like, I just want out and I want to just like be here with these farm people and just like hang out and look after Zack's parents, like she agreed to in Crisis Core, and that she's already being accepted as part of the family, that kind of thing, right? We don't really know exactly how she lands there in Rebirth, but what happened with Cissnei to where she could see the Whispers? In what way was she defying fate or on the boundaries of fate during Remake? Whisper Harbinger was defeated by Rebirth, so she was seeing them before. How? Why? I don't know. I hope we get that, though. I hope we get some kind of answer to that. Anyways, that was a lot of thought, just because subtext said one thing. But, oh, and he said something else, too. We were all wondering how Crisis Core Reunion would connect to the Remake trilogy, and we were confused that literally not a single word changed. But maybe the connection was hiding under our nose. It ends with showing the start. I'm gonna say he's going to the start of Remake, and if that's where he has actually taken the rest of that thought, dude, I'm on board. Because like I think the way we all presume to understand this right now is that when Aerith came into that knowledge, was staring at that pipe, that something from the life stream, her other self, the one she referred to as her future self in Costa del Sol when she was talking to Cloud, like something gave her this memories or this information, or maybe she just always had it in the Remake timeline or the Beagle world. We don't know. I don't know, but I do think, yes, I think Crisis Core Reunion leads us into Remake, just like Crisis Core led us into the OG. Now, whether Crisis Core Reunion accomplishes both at the same time is a little mind-blowing. I will have to give that some more thought, but that is very interesting. Choompa-Loompa. I think that all the characters do. He's responding to Pillar, who said... okay, let's go back to Pillar's comment just so we can get a frame of reference, okay? Pillar said, I don't know, it seems like Cloud's subconscious protecting his perception of reality. In his mind, Aerith lives, but the monologue still happens. He's erasing reality. So confusing. I agree, it's confusing, and I think we're meant to be confused at the moment. Now, Choompa-Loompa adds on to that and says, I think all the characters do. One of the main motifs in the game is suppressing aspects of your real self. A very astute observation, my friend. Nanaki being a teenager, Tifa being a closet prom queen, Aerith sniffing glue. Okay. I wasn't ready for the second back half of that comment. But you're not wrong. Like, I would take it a step further and deeper and build on Tifa's a little bit, right? She tells Cloud in her room in Rebirth, when they visit Nibelheim, she struggles with the acceptance of others, and transparently that she wants everybody to like her, and she wants to foster, building people up. Very Tifa, right? Fits her personality to a T. Also highly relatable, right? We can all relate to, I think, on some level, that even if we deny it, even if we act like we don't, we all know those people. We really do want people to accept us, to like us. It's part of the human condition, right? And so that's part of what Tifa suppresses, right? You're right. Again, Nanaki, he wants to be viewed not as a younger creature. He wants to be viewed as mature, as capable, as competent, as a trusted, valued companion. He wants to be listened to and not stereotyped, right? So he masks the way that he speaks until they finally come to learn from Bugenhagen, oh no, he's kind of putting on a front here. But then the party is very accepting of him, which I think is fantastic. It's great. And then he's able to just sort of more be himself, right? And then he goes through his trial and realizes he can lean on the others and learns more about his father and grows as a character. So I think that's really great, right? But you're right, Choompa Loompa. I think if we explored all of that, here's one that's very intriguing that we will get in part 3, and I hope it's at a much deeper level than we got in the OG. I want to know more about Reeve. I want to know more about Reeve. Right? Like, what the heck is going on there? And in what way is he, like, driven to do the things that he does? I don't want to say any more than that. I don't know if there's people who played the OG who are here or not. I don't want to spoil it for them if they don't know, but I'm always try to be very conscious of that. But I am interested in learning more about that. I will also say, speaking of things that are kind of a little out of context that we got, I'm also hoping in part 3 that we get context for what was happening from Kate Sith's standpoint just prior to the Sector 7 platefall, right? He shows up in Remake out of nowhere, pounds the ground, and he's gone again. And everybody's like, what the heck was that? OG fans get it. They're like, oh, that's a little fan servicey, but it doesn't make any sense otherwise, right? And it was actually one of the complaints people had about Remake. I didn't mind it, but some people did, right? Okay, I get that some people didn't like it, but what would really make that work, that would pay that off, is if in part 3, and we're getting some backstory around Kate Sith and what all is going on with him, that there's some reveals of what's going on with Kate Sith. I think it would be nice to tie back to that moment to show Kate Sith was trying to do something to help the party or stop the platefall, but was unsuccessful. And that reaction was him saying, like he couldn't get it done, right? That would redeem that moment in Remake for me. I don't know if it would for you all. Tell us in the comments if you feel differently, but I feel like, okay, that would be something that they could do that would make a heck of a lot of sense. And it would try to make sense of a moment that made no sense otherwise, other than fan service. So, if you agree, let me know. Just curious. Let's see, what else do we got here? Jesse says, that's what happens in the OG, is Cloud denies reality, but the difference this time is that the reality Cloud sees or wants might actually be an existing reality in a different world. Yeah, so I think that's part of what we have to figure out, right? Is like, ooh, and timely. Check that out right there. Boop, boop, boop. What the heck happened there? And what were we seeing? And also, and I think we will get this in part 3, what was, more importantly, Tifa seeing, right? Because I think it's very clear Tifa was seeing multiple things happening at once. And I think that's why she seemed very confused, right? Subtext did a great job diving into that. Go check out his video on why Rebirth ended differently than people expected. I think we all agree, right? Like, raise your hand if you agree. I certainly do. Like, one of the best FF7 videos out there, right? Go check it out if you haven't already. But I do agree with what he said there when he analyzed it a little bit and said, maybe there's more happening here than we realize, and we just need to see the payoff of it in part 3. So that could totally be the case. Let's see. More. No. Let's see. I think Aerith becomes aware at the moment Sephiroth chose to go back in time. So I think there's multiple schools of thought here, right? There's the school of thought of the OG happened, and then Remake happens after it in some capacity, and it's not, I mean, you could call it a sequel, right? But certainly the OG events influence the Remake events, right? And in that sense, Sephiroth would be going through the OG, going through Advent Children, and then circling back to the beginning and saying, not this time, right? That could be. It's certainly one of the possibilities on the table. At this time, I'm unconvinced that that's the case. For me, the OG is happening simultaneously, although albeit maybe at a different time and space in the story, to the remake. Okay, they're both happening at the same time, and that somehow information or knowledge of events is transferred from one across the life stream to the other, so that Sephiroth can gain that knowledge while it's happening concurrently in the life stream. Right? That's my interpretation of what's going on. But I don't think it's so much that the OG and Advent Children played out and then Sephiroth is going back. I think that he can gain that knowledge from it while occurring side by side in parallel, right? If that makes any sense. Again, this is all really kind of confusing. So we'll see what they ultimately come up with, but that's kind of the way that I think about it at the moment. Dances with Doges. Uh-oh. What did I do with it? I put something down, guys. I gotta find it. I don't know where I did it. Okay, so what do we have next? There is so much Tifa stuff I need to dive into. Subtext, please do. Please do. I will check it out. I will eat all of it up, for sure. And the same for me. I have a whole Google Doc full of notes of things that I'm thinking. 1 second, chat. Let me just see what's going on here. This is one of my daughters saying goodnight, guys. Had to take a moment. Hope you understand. Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts about Tifa 2 as well that I want to dive into. And even just like, you know, I have some funny video ideas. The biggest thing holding me back on some of the more outlandish video ideas I have, they're just like creative concepts that are just kind of like silly or goofy or whatever, is the fact that I game on a PlayStation 5 Pro and I have a Mac that I do all my stuff on, but I don't have a PC, which means I can't implement mods. So I can't play the original Final Fantasy VII New Thread or with any of the mods that make it look amazing or sound amazing or whatever. I can't play Remake and Rebirth with mods. Like some of the things I would want to do would require mods to manipulate the games to do some of these funny things. So, in fact, one of those moments I wanted to include in the Gi video tomorrow, and I had to alter my concept because I just didn't have a PC to do free cam, to do some of the stuff that I wanted to do. So, maybe the next time, you know what? The next time we get together and we talk about the Gi video coming out tomorrow, I will try to remember, I'll jot a note down to give you the original thought that I had. You'll see what I came up with, and I stand by what I came up with. It is really good. But it's a good moment. But it could have been better if I could have pulled off my original vision. So I will mark that down. And you know what? While I'm looking at my notes real quick, I will also mention that Gi video that's coming out tomorrow, okay? When it comes out, I'm just going to toss this out there, okay? And for anybody who is in the content creator community, like Subtext or Blitz, you will understand immediately what I'm saying, okay? There are times where we make really great content that matches our vision in our head, and then we have to deal with some unfortunate things just because of the nature of the way that other people go about what they do. And here's an example, okay? So when the video comes out tomorrow, it has music that's incorporated in it that I chose because it fit the moment and it really worked well together. It meets my creative vision. I have full license from Square Enix on their website outside of Japan that they allow content creators to make content and put it on places like YouTube and TikTok and socials and stuff like that using the music from their games. However, unfortunately, there are some folks out there who have decided to register that they are the composer or creator or owner of that music and not Square Enix. And so the video I'm launching tomorrow is flagged for some of that music, which means that any ad revenue or anything else that, you know, monetarily that maybe I could benefit from to help me make more content on this channel is going to be restricted temporarily or permanently, depending on the outcome of a dispute that I filed to say basically those people aren't the owners. Square Enix is the owner, the composers are the composers, etc. So, if you like the content on this channel, if you like the GI video, I would just ask, maybe out of the kindness of your own heart, or however you feel or don't feel, if you happen to want to throw a super chat or a thanks, or donate some money as a comment or something, it would really help me a lot, because of elements like this that exist that make it so that all the stuff I do on the side outside of my day job becomes more difficult when people play games that make it more difficult on us content creators. So I'm just being a little transparent with you. I'm giving you a peek behind the creator curtain a little. Maybe that doesn't matter to you, but if you like the GI video, please like it. Please subscribe to the channel. That also helps. Those are free things that you can do to help me out for sure. But if you feel so inclined, you can certainly do that. And I've also enabled, I'm still building this out, but I've enabled memberships on the YouTube channel as well. There's an entry-level citizen channel for joining johnq Nation. There's also a bounty hunter level, and there's a hero tier as well. Each of those will have certain benefits that goes along with them. Bounty hunter, you can get like some member shout-outs or connect with me on socials, that type of thing. I'll follow you back, that type of stuff. We can keep corresponding, outside the medium of just YouTube. If you join the hero tier, I will commit to give you early access, more than the general public, to the videos like the GI video coming out tomorrow, right? So I do want to make it worthwhile if you're investing in the channel in some capacity, and I want to try to think of more ways that can make that worthwhile. So I will continue to expand that out. But just so you know, those are going to be options that are available on the channel as soon as they get approved by YouTube later today or tomorrow. And then if you watch the GI video and you happen to feel some sort of way and you want to help me out, then that's all I'm going to say about that, but I appreciate it. Okay. Back to some more comments. Let's check. Pillar's got some more in here for us. But first, it looks like Choompa Loompa. I'm going to read his first. His or her. A very intriguing moment for me is the limbo scene after falling through the church roof, when Cloud is consoled by another Cloud, a more aware version of himself. Yes. So I think that's interesting for two reasons, Choompa. One is because it is what seems like a more informed version of Cloud talking to himself, which we did get a little bit in the OG, but in the OG, it was more along the lines of, hey, I remember accurately what happened in Nibelheim. You don't. That was kind of the vibe of the OG scene. This one seems to be a little bit more, the lines are basically the same dialogue, but I feel like when I played that scene in Remake, I felt like it was infused with, and maybe it was just colored by what we're seeing with Aerith and how odd she's acting, and Sephiroth is acting differently, etc. So maybe I'm just reading it differently. But it came off to me as though, yes, that Cloud is also, in some capacity, a little bit more aware than just a younger Cloud, okay? That was my read on it too, but what's really intriguing about it, what really makes me question it, Choompa, is the fact that it ends with Sephiroth. Like, the whole moment twists, and it's Sephiroth saying, I'm your everything, blah, 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 blah. So, one of two things is happening. Either that entire thing is a Sephiroth manipulation, which I'm less inclined to believe, or it is Cloud's psyche, subconscious, or possibly expanded consciousness in the live stream, really talking to himself in the Beagle world, before Sephiroth tries to step in and stamp it out by reiterating, no, you're my puppet. He just hasn't used those words yet, right? So, I don't know yet, but I'm with you. It seems like there's more there. Okay, so now to Pillar. I think in Zack's world, when he chooses a different route, confront Hojo or save Biggs, it shows a rainbow creating a new world. Yes, that's true. That same effect is shown multiple times in the Forgotten Capital. Also true. Including when Cloud deflects Sephiroth's sword. So that means a new world was created. I think largely a lot of us are agreeing that it seems like it's a defiance of fate. Suits the criteria. The rainbow is present. Yes. So by what we've seen, that means new worlds exist within Cloud's reality. So by what has been presented and what what we've come to accept as canon, Cloud is in another world where Aerith is still alive. But why is the party still seeing Cloud in the world? Alright, are we back, chat? Your video feed is laggy, but we can hear the music. Okay, I think it's coming back. OBS did something really strange where it kind of like bugged out and I froze and I was trying to figure out what was going on there. But hopefully I'm coming back now. Hopefully. These are all the kinks with streaming that I'm still trying to figure out, with buffering every few seconds. Okay. If you can hear me just fine, just tell me, and we might just suffer with me stuttering visually. Okay. But I do see my mic going, so as long as you chat and you say you can still hear me just fine, then we'll just keep going, if that's okay. Because I honestly don't know how to fix that. I'm not a pro at this by any stretch of the imagination. So if you guys can hear me, then we're good to go. If not, then we might have to figure out what's going on. And I guess I could also just it says I got 0 frames dropped. Let me just ask, can you hear me just fine? You can hear just some stuttering. Okay, I appreciate that. Okay. Still a lot of buffering, but what you're saying is interrupted frequently. Oh, man. Really, Murderface? Dang. I was really enjoying this conversation, and I don't know what to do about it. Hear you, but stuttering. What can I do to try to fix that? All right, I'll tell you what. Here's what I'm going to try to do a little bit. Let me kill the music. Maybe that's contributing to the problem. We'll give it less things to have to think about. And as much as I love the Miro Cam, I'm actually going to try to shut that down. Okay? If you just get like the smaller version of it, I'm feeding less information to OBS, and maybe hopefully that makes it a little bit better. Okay? Hopefully, if I just give YouTube less and OBS less that it has to deal with, maybe things clear up. So just tell me if things get a little better. Okay. Man, okay, so back to until you guys comment about how it's going, I'm gonna keep going. So back to Pillar's comments, okay? So yes, worlds get created because of a defiance of fate, or in Zack's case, because he never should have lived beyond the confrontation with the Shinra army outside of Midgar. Basically every decision he makes from there on should be creating a new world, because he shouldn't really technically be around in the first place, right? that's rife with so many conversations about like why and how that's happening and what that looks like. It stutters every 10 seconds. Oh, Astrozak. That is disappointing. I don't know how to fix that. You know what? Let me phone a friend right here. What's the bit rate at? It might need more. Can I change that while on stream? A good buddy of mine is shooting me a message to see if he can help me out here. So he's suggesting I up the bit rate. Let me try that. Which I'm assuming I'm doing at output. Let's try that. Let's see. I boosted it to. All right. Any better, folks? I hope. Man, I really hope so. I hope it gets better. We'll see. Okay, so yeah. So about the I'm not a streamer, but I'd restart OBS itself if it were me. I'm worried that the stream will end. That'd drop the stream though. Yeah. Let me see my buddy answers me back with. Okay. Gosh, I'm loving this discussion, guys. I want to just keep going. So just hang in there with me. Technology is great when it works. That's my philosophy. And Indie Overland, dude, thank you for that. Thank you for the $9.99, man. I just saw that. It happened while I was dealing with this. So, it seems like it's fine with audio at least now. Okay, good. Audio is just yes. Perfect. Okay, I'm just gonna try to boost it a little more, based on what my buddy recommended, and if that helps it even more with the video, then that's great. I don't know like if I can put this number too high, but we'll try it. Okay, perfect. Thanks. I appreciate you guys hanging in there with me. Okay. All right. So back to what we were saying. So the multitude of worlds. Zach is technically should be always creating new worlds at this point, which is a little weird. But I don't know exactly how exactly. I don't know how we can interpret that other than at the end of the day in part 3. I don't think all of these different worlds out there are really gonna matter a ton, honestly. I think that what we really needed to get as a concept in Rebirth was that these worlds exist, and that we're not worried about the video feed. We can hear you now, so it's good to go. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, so I don't think these worlds are gonna stick around, right? Like the Shattered Planet video made it clear how I feel about this. Sephiroth is trying to merge them, and if we want part 3 to give us a conclusive ending to this entire thing, right? A conclusive ending to Sephiroth, where he's not around plaguing the planet anymore. The same thing with Jenova. Same thing with what's going on with our characters and what's going on with all these worlds and these new elements that were introduced and all that kind of stuff. I think Sephiroth has to be successful at merging them so that we can go back down to one world that we conceptually accepted was the way it was at the end of OG, so that we can land the plane somewhere close to the original Final Fantasy VII, right? If that makes sense, right? Like if the devs want to tell a similar story and they want to round things off in a similar fashion, then allowing Sephiroth to be in part somewhat successful in merging these worlds allows for an end game that could bring us some kind of ending that would be similar to the OG, even if some elements are different, right? Maybe we get a more conclusive final battle with a fully powered Jenova, right? That it has successfully reunionized, right? Oh, thanks, Murderface. I appreciate it. Video's back now too, folks. Thank goodness. Check out Nanaki and Tifa. Don't they look great? So I think if we're gonna get that merger, and it's gonna be that way by the end of part 3, I really think, Pillar, that a lot of these worlds and these questions we have about them getting spun up by different decisions that are made in Rebirth, I don't think those are going to matter so much and that we need to focus on them so much going forwards. We needed to understand they existed. We need to understand why they factor into the plot, but I don't think we're going to dive massively deeply into them. I don't think, right? And just in case it didn't come through when all the technology stuff was going on, because I didn't see it at first, Indie Overland, like, thank you, man. I really appreciate the donation or the comment. Win that dispute. As it turns out, my playthrough of Rebirth was also marred by like 10 different also, invalid, fraudulent claimants of music, and I disputed all of them. So we'll see what happens with all of them. But at the moment, again, thank you very much. I appreciate you. And I really, gosh, I don't know what else to say. I really appreciate that. Ultima Original. I think it's tied to when Cloud enters to the altar. He went through the white portal while the rest of the party went in later as usual. That's why they can only see one outcome while Cloud is present in 2 worlds. You know what? That's also a very good, astute observation, right? Like if we think about the party entering the singularity at the end of Remake, and that was in some way an alternate singularity or reality, did Cloud walk into the Forgotten Capital to the altar through a different portal than the rest of the party, and thus he can see or experience things that the rest of them cannot? It's a good thought. I don't know if that's the direction the devs are going, but it is certainly a reason. We're all about reasonable possibilities, reasonable conclusions based on the puzzle pieces we have. We're all about that on this channel. So Ultima, that fits the criteria. That is absolutely a reasonable conclusion that could play out in part 3. Could be. Okay, what else we got? When the boundaries of fate are breached, new worlds are born. Yes, that is absolutely correct. And that is that's part of what Pillar was saying earlier, right? But I think, like I said, I think that if we collapse all that down by the end of part 3, we're going to have to ignore some of that, right? In order to get a more finite and focused, delivered conclusion, okay? We'll see if that happens that way, but that's the direction it feels like it's going, and that's what I asserted in the Shattered Planet video. It seems each part has their own gimmick. Part 1, Future Visions. Part 2, Parallel Worlds. Part 3, again, Ultima. That's a really, really good observation, right? Like, I think we all have questions about what Part 3 is going to introduce and where it's going to take the rest of the conclusion of the story, right? So, it could be that part 1 was about the future and where things are headed. Part 2 is about like what's happening around us, and part 3 is like where it's all landing, where it's all concluding, the merger, right? The reunion, right? It could be that's ultimately where we're getting, right? And does that some way, like Pillar is saying, does it become past visions or sideways visions or the knowledge through the life stream, right? Like, does everything matter in the end, right? Does the OG matter? Does Advent Children matter? Does Dirge matter? Does Crisis Core matter? Does, Before Crisis matter? Does Ever Crisis matter? Like, does all of it matter in the end? It's fair. It's fair, right? Like that could be that everything mattering could be, part of what they have planned and they're cooking up for part 3. I don't think the order they entered changes that much. That's Vidred or Vidred. Yeah, I mean, my initial read when I played Remake was that there was. It seems like there was conflicting whispers, white ones and black ones, and the white ones, seemingly attributed to Aerith, were trying to prevent the party from progressing towards the altar. Maybe because she knew what would happen, right? And you'll notice, like, when you fight those white whispers before Cloud goes through that thing and the rest of them stay outside, they really kind of only debuff the party. They don't really, like, do a lot to hurt them, right? So it's just a matter of time before the party breaks through, right? Whereas the Black Whispers are a way bigger nuisance. In Remake, they're just trying to stop you from where you're going. And then certainly, you know, if you're battling them, which I think really only happened in Rebirth, like in the Ancient Forest or the Sleeping Forest. But it seems like the White Whispers were just trying to impede progress. They weren't really trying. So the Black Whispers were creating the boundary. I don't want any of the party to get in. And then suddenly, whoosh, Cloud can get through before they shut back down again. Was that Sephiroth or was that Aerith? Who knows, right? I don't think we have a good answer to that right now. But they were all through eventually. It seems like there was an impediment to keep the party out, so that only Cloud was there, right? If the whole party was there, the whole thing would not have played out the same way, right? I don't think Sephiroth could have completed it. So, who did it? Who stopped him? And who only let Cloud through? Who knows? Who knows? All right, let's see what else we got here. The wall keeping the party out was also made by White Whispers, not Sephiroth Whispers. So it seemed like it was Black Whispers. We didn't see White Whispers creating that wall. So we'll, but then it did flash white when Cloud was able to get through, almost like the Singularity. So we'll see. I don't know that I can expand any more on my thoughts on that at the moment, because we just don't have enough information to draw any reasonable conclusions. If Zack exists in one world and can join Cloud via uniting the worlds again, then that means Aerith could do the same since she's alive in Cloud's world. If Cloud created another world where Aerith was alive, that is true, right? I think the question that we have is that what really happened there or not, right? It seems like it. Seems like maybe. But at the same time, like, even if Cloud created another world, like, I'm operating off of the Shattered Planet idea that Sephiroth is hunting Aerith down, right? He wants to nix her in all the worlds. It's the only thing, it's the only thought I've ever had that makes sense why, because everything the devs do that they give us, every nugget of information, every line of dialogue is very deliberate, okay? They said twice in rapid succession in the Temple of the Ancients that when somebody passes away, it takes some time before they respawn out of the life stream as new life. Like Bugenhagen, said, right? Is new life is generated, right? So but they made it a point to stress with Barrett after Aerith said that. So a second time right away in time. That matters, folks. Why it matters, how it matters, we don't know. But that line of dialogue is not an accident. It's very intentional. They wouldn't have said it twice otherwise, right? So my supposition in the Shattered Planet video is that if Sephiroth can successfully hunt Aerith down across all the worlds, navigating through the lifestream, if he can get rid of all of them, every instance of her, then she's in the in-time portion everywhere. And if he merges the worlds at that moment, then like all the screams of the planet, like things dying off during these mergers, she's gone. She's not in any of them. So then when he merges the worlds, she's not present, right? So that's my thought on that. I think Pillar. I think that is really kind of where I sit on that right now. Now, if Cloud created another world at the end of Rebirth where Aerith lives, that conceivably could be a way to foul up his plan later, if it weren't for the fact that Aerith appeared out of the life stream to help Cloud fight him. And he acknowledges that. He says, "Oh, I underestimated you," right? But she didn't step out of that world he created, or we don't know. Maybe she did, right? But if she's alive somewhere and kept safe because of what Cloud did, Sephiroth is aware she's still alive because she helped Cloud fight him, right? So they kind of, if that's the direction it's going, boy, did they just blow their secret weapon right out of the water, because they revealed to Sephiroth that it happened, right? So will Sephiroth try to use that in some capacity? Hey, Cloud, like, if you go back to Subtext's awesome video that we referenced earlier, right, and the synthesis idea, okay, and what I said earlier in part 3, when Cloud is in the wheelchair in Mideel, I think we're going to see Cloud doing stuff somewhere else via the live stream in another world or something, and I think Sephiroth's going to be involved. That's going to be the point Sephiroth tempts Cloud the most, I think. Away from the party, off by himself, and Sephiroth's like, hey, you can really save her. She can really live. You just need to do what I want, and I can make it happen, buddy. Come with me, right? And will he try to use that concept of saving Aerith to tempt Cloud into doing something while he's unconscious in that wheelchair? We'll see. But that's kind of where I think I am right now. That's all speculative. Not really like fully fleshed out, thoughtful videos made on it. But reasonable enough conclusions for sure. Jesse says, I'm just not sure that infinite worlds are practical from a writing standpoint. I lean more towards that we're down to probably 2 worlds, maybe 3 at the most in part 3. I'm with you, right? Like, they cannot do the same narrative thing they did with Zack in part 3 that they did in Rebirth. They have to do something else with him, right? Whether they put him in the Beagle world and he catches up to the party and he joins the party, that would be freaking fantastic. There's so much that they could do and explore with that. Whether they have him, off doing something else to try to counter Sephiroth from a different direction, with Aerith, without Aerith, whatever, with the Turks, without the Turks, like, however they decide to handle him. But he will be definitively doing something else than helping us to understand these worlds. At this point, all these worlds are collapsing down, and we don't really need to know any more about them other than they existed, right? That they were a frame of reference for us to understand conceptually what the life stream, what the planet is, and what Sephiroth is trying to accomplish. Because, as I said in the Shattered Planet video, let's say, for hypothetically speaking for a minute, we have multiple worlds. Doesn't matter how many there are. There could be 5 or 500. Doesn't matter, okay? At the end of the day, and we'll use the OG as an example, okay? Because we all know and we all love the OG, okay? Well, those events played out the way that they did. The party went on a quest to hunt down Sephiroth. Sephiroth got the Black Materia. Sephiroth summoned Meteor. Aerith, what happens to her happens. And then they ended up defeating Sephiroth, and Aerith, within the life stream, summons Holy, uses the planet's spiritual energy as a weapon to blast the meteor and save the planet, right? That's the idea, okay? All right, so all of that's great, but if that whole thing can play out in another world where Sephiroth exists, where all the party exists, where Jenova exists, where the Gi exist, nothing ever gets resolved, folks. It's just the same story over and over and over on 5 or 500 worlds, right? So the only way that they can deliver a conclusive final ending to this stuff that we want is catharsis, right? We want to see an actual ending. They can still do stuff in the Final Fantasy VII universe. They could still make additional titles about all sorts of stuff in the past and the present and the future. They could do anything they wanted to with the characters and the story. There's so much rich history. I would love to see some kind of DLC or full game on just the Cetra and the Gi. What the heck happened back then? Jenova arrives on the scene. How did they put a stop to Jenova and put her into stalemate or stasis? Like, that's fantastic and rich to be mined by Square Enix, right? But I think what we really want to see by the end of Part 3 is some kind of ending to some of this stuff. And the only way to accomplish that is if Jenova doesn't exist in all these worlds. She is whole, she is one again, and she is beaten, right? Same thing with Sephiroth. Lives on in the life stream after the OG. Advent Children happens. There's Geostigma. He comes back through the remnants, the Advent Children. He says, "I'll never be a memory," and then he disappears back into the live stream again. It was a pretty good imitation, I think, right? Can you tell I've watched that recently? Hold that thought, folks. But none of that ever truly ends. It just goes on and on and on and on and on. So I think if we're going to get an ending to that, all these worlds have to go away. We need to have one world like we thought we had in the OG, and we finally bring an end to some of this stuff. That's just my thoughts, but I feel like that. I feel like that's a reasonable, possible way that they could take everything, right? Vidred says, I feel Cloud, Glitch, and Visions are really happening in other worlds. OG, Advent Children, Ever Crisis, Matter. They are part of the Ultimania, aka canon. The one thing I don't get is why Black and White Whispers were both trying to stop Cloud from striking Aerith. From striking Aerith. I think you mean like in Rebirth, right before Sephiroth comes dropping down out from the sky, right? There's that moment where Cloud is struggling and the Whispers are trying to get him to use the Buster Sword on Aerith. I think that's the moment that you're meaning, right? Yeah, it's interesting there because we don't really know what's happening and we don't know what part the Whispers are playing in it. I don't think the White Whispers, because we seem to attribute them in some capacity to Aerith. I think that Aerith would know the devastating impact that Cloud striking her with the Buster Sword would have, and the White Whispers would not be any part of that. So I kind of feel like it's the Black Whispers who are trying to get Cloud to do it so that Sephiroth doesn't have to. Man, could you imagine how much different Sephiroth's endgame would be supported if Cloud struck down Aerith and he never had to drop down on her? Like, I don't think Cloud comes back from that, right? So if Sephiroth is in control of the Black Whispers in Rebirth, as we believe he is, then that certainly supports the idea it was the Black Whispers, Vidred, who were trying to get him to do that. Sorry, late to reply. Tuck daughter in. Mad respect, bro. Mad respect. I love it. I have one framing of Remake that aligns with your Shattered World theory, I think. I buy the notion that Gaia's livestream probably always made these. Definitely, I'm trying to see if your other thought down below links to this. Definitely think Sephiroth made Dangle. I don't think so. Yes, I think the live stream spins up these worlds. We'll go back to what we said a second ago in case anybody wasn't here or actually wasn't a second ago. Gosh, it's been a while now. Guys, 3 hours has passed on this live stream. I feel like we have only been talking for an hour. This has been fantastic conversation. Yes, what we said earlier was I think all these worlds are happening concurrently, and as one dies away, like Sephiroth said, the life stream and the planet just makes a new one, and they just keep going, and they're at different places in the story at any given time, right? And what supports that the most for me is that the remake world, the Beagle world, had Cloud and Avalanche and Barret and Tifa and the rest of the party members and Aerith in it before fate was ever broken, right? So that world had to have been started by the planet using the spiritual energy of the life stream, like Bugenhagen teaches. That had to have been started before any fate was ever broken. There was no rainbow effect. There was no defying fate that created this world. And if that's the case, that supports the idea that multiple different worlds could have been made by the planet and all coexist at the same time. That's just the way that I see it. Okay. Ultima Original. For me, part 3 will be more... Ooh, I just lost your comment. Will be more about what a living person is. Cloud's life stream will be essential and tied to how a character is one life in all those seemingly different worlds and become one. It will go as well for one Aerith, one Zack, one of course one Sephiroth. Yeah, man. Like, I think that in the Shattered Planet video, I created a visual where I was like, okay, like there's the Beagle world and the Terrier world, right? And I used Bugenhagen's imagery of like the old man like fading away and then a baby popping up. And the question I had about how the planet and the life stream function, especially with all these worlds being introduced, was, well, how exactly does that new life be created when that spiritual energy re-enters the life stream, right? So there's 3 main possibilities. There's either the person dies and their spiritual energy creates a new life in that same world where they died. So somebody dies in the Beagle world, in time gives rise to new life in the Beagle world. That's one option. The second option is that some life dies in the Beagle world, and then that spiritual energy goes into the life stream. The life stream connects all of the worlds, and new life is created in a different world instead. So let's say Terrier world or Pug world or whatever, okay? Third option is a little bit more nuanced than the second one. It's very much the same in that someone dies or life dies, that spiritual energy goes into the life stream, and new life is created in a different world, but it's the same person who died, right? It's their spiritual energy recreated, respawning as a baby in that other world, right? So if Aerith passes away in the OG timeline, her spiritual energy goes into the life stream, and after a period of time, her spiritual energy creates an unaware version of herself in the Beagle timeline or the Terrier world, right? But by and large, for everyone who exists in the life stream, no one is aware or conscious of that third option. It just happens, and they are themselves. They're reliving that same life that the planet remembers that they had, but they're not aware of it. The difference is that Aerith and Sephiroth have become aware that they are themselves. Like, that's really, I think, kind of where my brain is making sense of it right now. Could be wrong, but feels like that's what makes the most sense to me. Okay. B. Hickman, live stream adjacent worlds of possibility to model. Did I miss another message from you? No. Okay. Live stream adjacent worlds of possibility to model our possibilities for its fate. Maybe parties' actions at the end of remake may have unlocked this for the protagonists to form these as well. Yes, I would agree with that. These new worlds that are being created, but like I said earlier, like I think we're gonna see or need to know less about all these separate worlds going forwards. I think everything's gonna collapse down, and it's gonna create a funnel where we need to know less and less and less of that as we get forward. We need to understand that it worked that way, but I think part 3 is gonna really kind of lead us in a different direction to focus on the things that we need to focus on to resolve the story the way that it is right now. Vidred, when something new happens in a world, the effect ripples to the other world. The ripple is like a drop of water, and it takes time to reach further worlds. You know, again, that's a really interesting thought and a good way to think about it, right? Like, the life stream connects all these worlds, and so does one event or action impact other worlds? And that is part of the question I had in the Shattered Planet video, which is Sephiroth says there's a multitude of worlds, and some of them fade quickly, some of them last longer, all of them eventually fade. But what causes them to last or fade at different paces? I don't know that we understand exactly how that works. But I will hit you with sort of a meta level thought here, okay? Um, I think I don't think the devs are trying to tell a meta story with the remake project. I don't think that that's the case. I don't think that they intended to make the whispers to represent OG Final Fantasy VII purists. I don't. I mean, it's an interesting thought concept, and Hamaguchi even acknowledged it. That it turned out to be sort of pseudo similar, but I don't think that that was their intent. Okay, I don't think that they're trying to tell some meta fan servicey story. I think that they're just trying to be very true to the characters, to the story, and expand on everything without destroying the OG. And I think that that's where all these multiple worlds came from. I think that's where the approach to the story came from. Is they wanted to do away with the OG or overwrite it or pretend it never happened or anything like that. I think that they wanted to keep that maintained, make it matter, but also build on it, right? And so in that same way, as a meta thought for all of you this evening, I think that as it pertains to Final Fantasy VII as a property, as an IP, we are all the life stream, right? The memories of the story of the characters live on in us and in our hearts. And the life stream has been continuously described as a convergence and a divergence. Bugenhagen even says that literally in dialogue in Rebirth, okay? There's a constant convergence and divergence of the life stream, and that's us when we come together and we talk about how much we love this game and the story and the characters and the music and everything else. All of our experiences playing it back in the 90s, all of ours playing Remake, all of ours playing Rebirth. Everybody who now has a Switch 2 and the Xbox, and they're saying and sharing their experiences, and everybody's going through it all over again. We're all just relaying to each other all these memories, all these stories. We are keeping Final Fantasy VII alive through all of our own recollections of all of our experiences collectively. And then we come together, we tell each other about our experiences, we go our separate ways. We come together, we tell our own separate, experiences, we go our own separate ways. We're the life stream, folks. We're the life stream. So, why was I thinking to tell you that? Because, okay, so I think that why that matters is that, like, if we're thinking about how all of us have these different experiences, well, then when we get to part 3, there needs to be some way that unifies all of that together, that coalesces it all, right? And I think that that's going to sort of create one unified. That's why I think that the multi-platform approach is really going to be great, because it's going to allow everybody, hopefully, eventually, even if it's not all on the day of launch, it's going to allow everybody to experience the story of the characters, and all of us can come together, right? And gosh, it's going to be glorious. It's going to be so good. I can't wait. Okay, let's see here. Astrazak, 7 seconds till her end, Cloud. Yeah, man. I think the 7 seconds to the end is going to have something to do with the merger of these worlds, Aerith's ultimate fate. Let's have a conversation real quick, folks. I don't know how many people. How do I check and see how many people are even here? I don't even know that I know the answer to that question. Let's have an interesting moment here. Use the chat and put in there what your top 1 or top 3 potential titles are for part 3. Okay, I know this has been discussed ad nauseum. I know that everybody's given their opinion on this. I'm just curious to see as a community what everybody's thinking and feeling right now, based on where the story is going to go, based on 34. Holy crap. Thanks for being here, guys. And thank you, Easy Mid. I appreciate you calling that out for me. I'm new to this. I will learn. But I guess the reason I want to bring that up is because I think that as we're talking through all this stuff about, Astrazak's comment, 7 seconds till her end, right? And where we think all of these things are going. How does the game begin? How is it going to end? Like, I think a lot of things are influenced by ultimately what the title of this game is going to be. I think the title of this game is going to actually tell us a lot. And that might be why we don't have a title yet. It's not that they don't have it ready. It's not that they don't have footage to share. It's not that there's not enough polish to be able to show us. I think this game is way further along than we actually realize. And I also think there's a reason that Remake came out right as the pandemic started. Like, it was originally like February or March, but it came out in April 2020. Everybody knows, right? Easy Mid, thanks. I appreciate you. Thanks for the subscribe. Look at that little Mega Man spinning around there. Gosh, those are great games when I was a kid playing Mega Man. I don't get off track. I got ADD moment. Okay. Oh, and Pierre, thanks also. I appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, so back to the topic. Okay. I think it's very interesting. It's very telling. It does communicate something to us. That Remake came out in April 2020. We got the OST, the soundtrack for Remake, not too long after. It was a month or two after, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And we got the Plus soundtrack, all of the many various pieces of music in Remake that was not in the soundtrack. We got that in the Plus album, and that was, I think it was within 2020, if I'm not mistaken. It wasn't terribly long after. It was maybe 6 months after launch or somewhere around there. It's a vague recollection, but trust me, just go with me for a second. There's a reason that we got Rebirth in February of 2024. We got the OST in April-ish of 2024, a couple months after release. We are only just now hearing that we're going to get the Plus soundtrack in like April to May or April to June of 2026. It took them 2 years after the game launched to give us the Plus soundtrack. Why does that matter? Why did I even bring that up? I'll tell you why, okay? I don't think we got the Plus soundtrack for the same reason I don't think we have a title for Part 3 yet. Because the title for Part 3 is going to be very telling about where the story is going and what we can glean from that. And I think the same is true of the Plus soundtrack. I think that there are tracks of music, the titles of certain tracks of music, that are going to be very descriptive to us. They will communicate. They will tell us something we don't know if we're paying attention. And they're going to drop that right before they give us a title. Like, it seems like the consensus right now is we might potentially get a title at Summer Games Fest and not before. We could get a random event that is hosted before then. Sure, that could happen. But I think everybody is looking right now as the next most likely event after the summer or the Sony State of Play where it did not appear, is that we're likely to get it at Summer Games Fest. Well, Summer Games Fest is a few days after Rebirth launches on the Switch 2 and on the Xbox. And it's just after, like maybe a month after, the Rebirth Plus OST drops, right? So you can be dang sure I'm going to be getting the Plus soundtrack because I love all the music of these games, and I also can make use of some of that music when I'm not fighting copyright disputes. But in addition to that, because I want to actually look hard at the tracks and the titles of these tracks to see if there's anything that reveals anything to us. I think that that's going to be very intriguing to watch, and I will report back when we get it. So, okay, so some of your thoughts are coming in on titles. Keep those coming. I want to, in Murderface, I know you're saying Hamaguchi said they picked the title at the end of 2025. Absolutely, I hear you. They have the title. They're intentionally not giving it to us, and that's the point I'm trying to make, right? I want to come back to your guesses for titles and maybe give a few thoughts of my own. But first, while you guys are still submitting them, I want to just like look back at a couple of the comments that I didn't get to yet. So, definitely think Sephiroth might dangle a world where Aerith lives to try to get Cloud on board with his plan. I think we'll stop Sephiroth in the end, and perhaps to have to let go of a world at the 95% mark. Yes, I think that's also what subtext posed in his synthesis, how rebirth ended the way that people didn't expect video, um, and I think that that's going to be the case. I think that it's going to, we as players, again, because we are in the same position as Cloud throughout the remake project. We are Cloud in some capacity. Okay, and if Cloud has to let Aerith go, the players have to let Aerith go, right? And not just, oh, gee, she died and went in the live stream where she's still, kind of happy hanging out. We know that she still lives in some capacity. We have to let her go, right? So I think that's a real potential possibility to make Part 3 really poignant and really emotionally impactful. A good way to take the story. So we'll see if that's where it goes, but certainly possibility. Reasonable possibility. And again, we're all about reasonable possibilities, reasonable hypotheses, that kind of thing on the channel. Choompa Loompa, thanks for still sticking around, man. It's interesting. Cloud and Aerith's date scene is happening inside her dream, meaning she possibly hasn't woken up yet in Zack's interlude world. So I think from what I could tell, well, here's an interesting thought for you guys to consider, okay? Aerith's date world, we had an identified stamp, right? We know exactly what stamp it was. And we also know in various other worlds where Zack was present, we know what stamps existed there. A terrier, a pug, Pomeranian, I think, was Aerith's dream world. I don't know, I'm not good with dog breeds, but you get the idea, right? Well, there's two worlds where Zack was present that we don't exactly know which stamp it was. The first one is at the end of Remake Intergrade, where he's standing outside the church and he's going to surprise Aerith, and he walks in and everybody's devastated. And my read on that, again from the Shattered Planet video about Aerith being hunted down by Sephiroth in every world, is that everybody's crying because he already got to her. Aerith's already dead, right? He already killed her. And so that was just one world where Zack existed, but didn't get there in time, okay? The other world where we don't have an identified stamp to tell what the heck is going on is the world where Zack is sent between worlds by Sephiroth. Well, no, actually, no, we do have that. It's a pug or whatever Johnny is carrying, right? But we don't know how that ties to any of the other worlds where we've seen him, right? Like, we saw him in the Terrier world. That's when he walked Cloud into Midgar. We saw other worlds, but we never saw the events leading up to outside the church with Sephiroth in the pug world where Johnny walks by with a stuffed animal, okay? So what I'm saying there is that while we know that that's a pug world he was in and he went between worlds, does he pop back out in that same one? Does he pop out in a different one? Does he pop out in the Beagle world? We don't know. But he clearly was on the steps because he was trying to decide in that moment what he should do. He had not gone to the tunnel yet. He had not taken a bike to go decide, help Cloud or help Aerith. He was wrestling with that decision on the steps of the church, right? What do I do here? And that's when Sephiroth walked up, right? So that Zack that went between worlds and fought alongside Cloud is not the Zack from Aerith's Dream World. Those were two different stamps. Pomeranian and Pug, right? So my thinking is that the Zack we might end up with is the Zack from that Pug world. That might be the one ultimately that we hold on to and all the rest of them fade away, right? And the Terrier world is where Aerith, as you're alluding to, Choompa, the Aerith that was sleeping and had not woken up yet was in the Terrier world. We know that, right? Or at least I think we know that. I think that was confirmed. That was the same. I don't know, with all these worlds, it gets really confusing to know which Zack we're following at any given time. And that's why I think they need to do away with that whole thing. In part 3, we just need to have all that collapsed to where we definitively know what's going on with Zack, and we're just following him through until he intersects with the main narrative somehow, some way. They need to do something with him, right? So, that's the thoughts I had around Aerith not waking up yet. I forgot about the Gi. It's going to be a meaty game. Yeah, dude. Check out the video tomorrow, Noct. Like, I got a video on the Gi coming on the channel tomorrow. Be sure to check it out and then give me your thoughts on it, because I want to know what everybody thinks about trying to assemble some of these puzzle pieces to figure out what's going on with the Gi, how do they factor into the main story, and how potentially they even fit into what Sephiroth's trying to do, right? Like, there's a reason why Ginatak shows up, disappears at the cave, and like is telling the party, follow me, basically. And then Sephiroth just pops up in Cloud's imagination, Cloud's vision there, right? He's the only one who sees him, but he kind of stares at him, turns and walks after Ginatak, and is gone, right? There's a reason Sephiroth appears there. He knows about the Gi. There's something going on there that we don't quite understand yet. And I dig into that a little bit in the Gi video that's coming out on the channel tomorrow. So be sure to check that out. B. Hickman. I also suspect Sephiroth will embody acceptance himself this time and have a reflective moment, ultimately using his influence over the live stream to make Gaia embrace a new reality at the end. It's possible. It depends on to what degree of successful Sephiroth ends up as part of the story, right? If he's very much successful but stopped at the end, then it could totally go that way. If he's partially successful, maybe not. If we stop him without him ever merging the worlds, it's a whole different ballgame, right? So I really think it depends on just how successful Sephiroth is allowed to be, or manipulates Cloud to be, or whatever. Like, how far into his end game does he get to go? And then we already had an X factor and a Y. The X factor was Zack, and the Y factor was the empty materia. Now we need a Z factor. The Z factor in all of this tonight, folks, is the Sephiroth at the edge of creation, right? Who clearly appears to be different than all the visions in Cloud's head. He appears to be different than the manifestations through the black robes. He appears to be different than the manipulations of Jenova, and he appears to be even different than the visions of him that the whole party sees at times when he's there, right? So that edge of creation Sephiroth, what is he really after? What does he really want? And the suppositions that some folks are coming up with because of Ever Crisis and the information in there, which is it's being told in a mobile game, folks, right? Think about this like the Marvel MCU and people who only go to the theaters to watch movies, and they're not watching Disney Plus TV shows, right? If Marvel wants to use any of that TV show information in a movie, they have to re-explain it in the movie. They cannot count on people to have watched those TV shows. It's the same thing here. Square Enix cannot expect anybody to have played Ever Crisis, and if they want to use any of that information like they did with Glenn in Rebirth, they have to introduce it and re-explain it. Give it context. And so if they pull in anything from Ever Crisis, does Sephiroth really want to truly try to save everybody, and he thinks he's the hero of this story, right? That he's really trying to accomplish something to truly save the planet. Aerith says at the end of Remake, he would tell you he's trying to do everything he can to save the planet, right? So Aerith certainly seems to think that that's going to be the route that he's going to go, the approach he's going to take, right? But if that's the route they go, then maybe a young Sephiroth who wanted to be a hero and he wanted to save everybody, and then he realized that he couldn't save Rosen, and he couldn't save this and that, right? And maybe he's devised some cockamamie scheme to use a live stream to save everybody, right? Well, what does that end game look like? How would he try to accomplish that? That's part of what I'm going to talk about in the Gi video tomorrow. And then in addition to that, is he also trying to regain some autonomy over Shinra having controlled him his whole life, over Jenova having manipulated or controlled him? Is he trying to assert his own free will? And how does that play into the end game as well, right? There's so many pieces, intriguing parts to this. And Hickman, I think that kind of plays into a little bit of what you're saying here, is like, in what capacity is Sephiroth trying to accomplish whatever he's trying to accomplish, and to what degree is he successful in any of that, right? I think that's kind of like, those are all involved there. We get a glimpse of Sephiroth approaching from behind, but we didn't witness him killing her. In Chumpa, you mean in Rebirth? I mean, he drops from the sky just like the OG and skewers her. Like that happens. And well, no, you're right. In Rebirth, Cloud parries, and then we see Sephiroth flung, but then Aerith still drops. Okay, so you're correct. We see him come down. We don't know exactly what happened there. I think we're kind of under the assumption that Cloud either does parry him, creates a separate reality through that, or parries him, but it doesn't ultimately matter at the end, or doesn't successfully parry him, but thinks that he did in his own mind, right? Because he can't accept what just happened. There's a break of his psyche, who knows, right? Could be any number of different things. I also am personally of the opinion, if you go back and you watch my replay of Rebirth, which is all on the channel, throughout the entire game, I noticed early on in the Nibelheim flashback, this game lingers heavily on Masamune like all the frigging time. Whenever Sephiroth shows up, they make the sword, his sword, a central point, focal point in so many shots throughout Rebirth, to the point where I counted them all. Like, as I went through the game, I kept a running count of how many times it showed up, okay? That was not by accident, and it could just be that they were trying to draw our attention to the fact, just tossing this out there, you don't have to accept this, but, like, maybe it's just something for you to consider, okay? Cloud could successfully parry Sephiroth at his height, and Sephiroth's sword is still long enough to still get Aerith even despite that. Just a thought, like, both could happen at the same time. That's how Sephiroth's sword could end up with blood on it, but still be flung off in the distance, right? Because it's long enough that even though it's parried, it's still got her, right? Just a thought for your consideration, folks. Just a thought. Okay, let's see. What else we got here? Hickman says, with the result being that Sephiroth ends and returns to the planet willingly this time, he has made it so clear, though, that he wants to live on. Him accepting it and fading into the live stream would take a stretch to get there. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying it would be a stretch to get there. We would need to see how the devs do that, and they'd have to do it well. Jenova wiped out properly and the live stream altered to accept the gi. Hickman, watch my video on the gi tomorrow and then come back and comment on that video and tell me what you think of what I think is a reasonable explanation or a reasonable suggestion for how Nanaki can fulfill his promise to help the gi without giving them the black materia and without doing what you're suggesting. I have an alternative, and I put it forward in the gi video tomorrow. Check it out and then tell me in the comments what you think of it, okay? It could be that by saving her, Cloud had her wake up in the remake world instead of where Sephiroth was supposed to kill her. She's still asleep. I mean, yeah, maybe. Could be. I think ultimately at the end of the day, like, with the way they need to collapse the story down, they need to stay more true to the OG series of events. And we're going to find that, like, at best, we're going to get some more continuation of what we saw at the end of Rebirth, where Aerith is kind of, like, around and interacting with Cloud in some capacity. It just needs to be not at the beginning of part 3. It needs to be further in. And then that way we feel the loss of Aerith, but then we still grapple with what's going on with all that stuff. Okay, folks, we have made it. We are here. Let's look at what you guys came up with as some of the titles you wanted to put forward potentially for part 3. Cangry says, Reclaim, Reborn, Return. Good possibilities. Top 3 possibilities from Hickman: Return, Remembrance, Reclaim. Pillar Strike, or Pillar Skate. Sorry, I was going to keep saying Pillar. Reunited, Jesse. For me, it's Relive. Ultima, Reclaim, Return. Astrozak, Return or Returns. Relive, Reclaim. Easy Mid, Reunite or Resurrect. And I think that's all of them. I don't want to go any further. I want to sit on this for a second, okay? I will try to get back to the rest of the comments after we go through this. So, my big 3 that I had one that I originally started with that I have since ditched because I think that Return fits better. So Return is at the top of my list right now. I think that it makes a lot of sense. I think that it fits very well with a lot of the stuff set up in the Shattered Planet video, where we're talking about potentially a return of Sephiroth. Is Aerith able to return after rebirth? The return of a fully powered Jenova, a return of the planet to its natural original state, a merged whole planet, a return to the Promised Land. There's so many different things there where Return has been at the top of my list since I made the Shattered Planet video, which was I was working on it from like August to October, and then I put it out in the beginning of October. Now, since then, and my other two, the other 2 I had originally, Return took the top spot, but the other 2 I had back in June. I was messaging with Blitz, and I was like, "Hey, here's my 3." But the first one I'm going to forget about because now it was Return. But the other 2 are Reunite and Reclaim. Those were my top 3, and that was back then. That was before any of the other conversation that we've had, way more recently than that. Okay, now I was on with Blitz to live stream last week to cover the Sony State of Play, just in case we got any part 3 coverage, and that was still a fantastic show, guys. We got so many really awesome game announcements and stuff there, which we can talk about some other time. I don't want to go into that, but sadly, just no part 3 information. Okay, but he and I were having an interesting discussion on that stream last week about this topic, and the more and more that we were talking, the more and more I question whether Return makes sense for a couple of reasons. One, because the remake and rebirth both fit the mold. This is a point Blitz made, and I agree with it. Okay, remake and rebirth are both from the perspective of potentially what Sephiroth is doing in this remake project, right? Sephiroth is manipulating things to remake events or remake things the way he wants them to be or the way he thinks they should be. He's being reborn or trying to birth something or rebirth something, and even his final form that you fight across the craziness that was the series of final battles in Rebirth was Sephiroth Reborn, right? So I need a drink. So if we're looking at it through the lens of Sephiroth, could it be a return of Sephiroth via the live stream that incorporates the OG version of Sephiroth, the Advent Children version of Sephiroth, etc.? Yes, that could absolutely fit. That was why I thought about it originally. But in the remake project itself, he's not technically returning from anything, right? Unless you look at it as he's returning from when he fell into the reactor in the Nibelheim flashback, right? Or in that incident. And there's not really any game dialogue, which you guys know I'm huge about. I want the game to tell us things, and I want to pay attention to what the game is telling us. There's not really a lot of really good dialogue to support the idea of return. Not really, okay? But you know what does have some really compelling, convincing evidence? Reclaim. Right? Sephiroth says to Jenova that they're going to reclaim their world during the Nibelheim flashback. Cloud says almost immediately afterward when he's relaying to the party, Sephiroth wants to, and he kind of stresses this word, if you go back and you listen to it, he wants to reclaim the world and rule with Jenova on his side, right? And then Sephiroth also says to the party at the Temple of the Ancients, when he's relaying the I want to merge the worlds, I want to merge bring together my fragmented mother, that whole conversation where Aerith has all the life streams swirling around her and she's speaking in what sounds like two versions of her voice. Sephiroth even says there, towards the end of the game, he's going to claim his birthright, right? If you think about conceptually what Sephiroth is trying to do in the remake project, remake, rebirth, reclaim, right? But then that reclaim could also fit multiple different things that we're talking about. Cloud and his identity, or reclaiming his version of himself, right? Tifa reclaiming, the idea that she can make decisions, that she can be her own person. The Gi wanting to reclaim some autonomy to have peace, right? Sephiroth wanting to reclaim not just his birthright, not just the stuff tying into the world and the promised land, but maybe possibly reclaim his own autonomy from Shinra controlling him his whole life, or Jenova manipulating him or having control over him. He wants to be in control. So reclaiming his own autonomy. It could play so many different ways that it just seems like that's a really solid contender. If not on par with Return, or maybe slightly above it. Just because there's game dialogue to support that statement, and there's not as much for Return, even though they both fit really, really well. Okay? So I'm with all of you who say Return and who say Reclaim. Or it could just be something else. What I will say is some of the stuff that I personally won't be able to get on board with is like Remembrance or Revengeance or Requiem, or like it in my mind, just from a marketing standpoint, it needs to be an RE with a hard E, like a re, not a re, and it needs to be a one syllable word afterwards. Anything longer, they won't do. And anything that's a re, they won't do. It'll be a relive, reunite, return, remake, rebirth, reclaim, whatever, right? I'm pretty solid on them sticking with something because they want to create for players, for all of us consuming this content from them, a measure of consistency, and thematically the way that they're marketing the games. So I think that they will stick with that. So okay, so that's our required title conversation for the evening, folks. We're all done with it, right? Thank goodness. Let's jump back into the comments. Ultima Original, 7 seconds till the end is like a Chekhov's gun that is pointing at us. It is pointing at us already. So yeah, I think that the biggest thing here is that they've introduced enough new element that there has to be some way we get a measure of payoff for that. It doesn't have to be tremendous. It doesn't have to be significantly different than the OG, but there needs to be, as Subtext said in his video, some synthesis. There needs to be some portion of it that matters, long-lasting impact, not just like the original ending of the original OG. It could still even lead into Advent Children, folks, but there has to be something that was introduced as new in the remake project that does matter, that does stick around and is part of the ending in some capacity. I'm not saying Zack has to live. I'm not saying Aerith has to live. I'm not saying it has to be radically departure from the OG. I'm just saying something has to be included that makes this journey, this new expanded remake, rebirth, whatever journey successful. By the way, weren't the ladies great in Rebirth? Hands up. That was such a good moment. Such a good moment. Josh says, if we have to let Aerith go, then we need a happier ending for Cloud and Tifa specifically, since they are the ones most affected by her death. I think it would be a great closure to see them content. Yeah, I think at least my hope, my sincere hope, and the devs have kind of said this a little bit. They've stated that they want to provide a new measure of happiness for these characters. What that means exactly, we don't know. But could it be them like looking out over space and they're all super happy together in the end? I don't know. Maybe, right? But I do agree that if Aerith is not in the picture by the end, right, in some capacity, it would be really great if we got a more conclusive understanding of what happens with each of the characters than we got in the OG. In the OG, it just wraps up, ends, the meteor is stopped by Holy, and just imagine to yourselves what you think happens from there, because they do not give any context until Advent Children, right? So if you want something like this, hey, maybe. You never know. Depends on how they play the high wind sequence, I guess. Under the high wind. Maybe. Let's see. Jesse says, my take on the DLC is Zack in that scene happens in the OG world. Was unrelated to the remake worlds. Didn't tie in to Rebirth. I think everything. This is just my personal opinion. All opinions are welcome here, right? I'm very much like, tell me your thoughts, and let's all view this from different lenses, different angles. I think everything that they have done in the remake project has been specifically approached in a way where the OG is not touched on at all. Not yet, at least. Maybe they'll go there in part 3. Maybe we'll get some kind of like, the empty materia is filled with Cloud's memories across all the worlds, including the OG, and he remembers Advent Children. I mean, who knows? Crazy stuff could happen, right? Would it be cool? Yes. Will they do that? I don't know. But I do think that their intent was, we don't want to upset fans of the OG by messing with the original game. That they treasure it just as much as we do, folks, right? And so I think that I don't think that the Zack from the end of Intergrade factors into the OG, because it would stray too close to them modifying the OG that they've been very intentional about avoiding. They want the OG to live on in parallel to the remake without impeding it, overwriting it, dismissing it, whatever. So, Ultima Original, I like what Nojima did with the gi. It also explains Jenova being in slumber, like in the OG. It never told how Jenova remained present. Dude. Yes. If you saw the Shattered Planet video, I absolutely agree with that, and I think we will get answers. I'm incredibly hopeful in part 3 that regardless of whether the ideas I asserted are correct or not, I am very hopeful we get more information by the time that we get to the end of part 3. And just check out the Gee video tomorrow and tell me what you think, because I got that coming in like less than 24 hours here. So I would love your thoughts. All thoughts are welcome. Even if they differ from mine. Like, if you read the comments on my Shattered Planet video, there are a lot of people who disagree with me, and I tell every single one of them, hey, I want to hear differing perspectives, so thanks for sharing yours. That was like, I gave that response more times than I can count, folks. So, like, yeah, tell me yours. Absolutely. We're all in this together. Okay, and then Astrazax is talking to Josh. I think it's a big purpose of the trilogy in general. Give these characters a happier ending. Sad but confident they did the right thing. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I like that. Easy Mid says, I think he is talking about the church. Yes, yeah, I think we're right on that. Vidred, I love what you're saying. I'll watch your playthrough for sure. Oh, hey, thanks, Vidred. Be sure to comment as you go through, or as you react to, or you see how I reacted to moments, because man, this game did so many things for me. I don't even know how to explain it. Like, it was really, really great to have all these individual moments, and some of them can get lost just because the game was so good. There were so many incredible moments that it's like sometimes you were like, oh yeah, I forgot that was a really great moment, or oh yeah, this was really funny, right? Like I said, I've had to go back and rewatch some of it to pull some stuff that I needed. And today I had the video of when Yuffie's trying to convince the party to take her with them, right? And she's like doing the whole spiel. She's rehearsed and integrated and rehearsed and rehearsed and rehearsed. And Cloud's just like, cool. And they just walk. I was laughing my butt off so hard. Oh man, like there's so many. They get these characters, guys. That's the crazy thing, right? Is like, I think we all had different interpretations of these characters, how they would sound, how they would inflect, and how they would react to things, and how they would banter off each other, and just like combat styles. Like we had our own conceptual ideas in our head from the OG, like almost 30 years ago, what these characters would be like in a more full realized version. And if nothing else, if you're not on board with the Whispers, if you're not on board with multiple worlds, if you're not on board with a lot of stuff that's been introduced, I think one thing we can probably almost all agree on, you're going to have some standouts, some holdouts, right? I think almost all of us would agree in a high percentage that they nailed these characters. They really, really, really delivered on them. And that's a tribute to the motion capture. That's a tribute to the fantastic voice acting cast, both the Japanese versions, the American or the English versions, the various versions that are out there. Like, they did such a good job of really, really trying to make sure they were true to these characters and their relationships with each other. They feel like fully realized people. Like, if you were just walking down the street and you were walking with this crew of characters, what would they be saying to each other? How would they tease each other? Yuffie absolutely would be picking on Barrett and saying, "Do I have permission to blow my nose, sir?" Like, that's just... They get it, guys, and they have delivered in spades on the characters, if nothing else. That's just my personal opinion. I don't see how they could have done a better job with portraying and realizing the characters. That's just how I feel. Let's see here. I still think that Cloud didn't create anything during the parry. He was already in the different world, a Beagle world. In Beagle World, he did nothing like the OG. Yeah, ultimately, like, I think that I think what's going to be interesting to see is when we get more information in Part 3. I kind of feel like we're going to know really quickly certain things, and then certain things it's going to take a good long while for us to suss out, right? And I think, sadly, I think that it's going to take us a little while to sort of figure out what's going on with the end of Rebirth. But when we get it, man, I feel like it's going to be good. I mean, maybe some of us are close to an idea, maybe some of us are not, but do I think anybody has it 100% on the nose? Probably not, right? If any of us are close, great. Kudos to whoever, right? But if not, like, dude, like, let's embrace whatever it brings. Hold that thought till tomorrow, folks. Hold that thought till tomorrow. Watch the video. Reclaims is a strong title for this reason. Sephiroth is trying to change the story. Vidred, I agree for sure. Hickman, looking forward to your projection for resolving the Guy plotline. I got a strong sense from their segment that the way the Cetra viewed and excluded them was a misstep, that the live stream needs to change. Counterpoint. Just food for thought, okay? What if the Cetra were not making that decision? What if the planet itself wasn't just being an asshole and it wasn't its decision either, right? What if it's just science? What if some things just cannot blur or merge into or become a part of something else? Right? Like, my read playing Rebirth, when Guy Natak explained, and when Aerith and Tifa were confirming with each other, like, yeah, you have to come from the life stream to return to it. It seemed very matter of fact. It didn't seem like a decision was being made. It didn't seem like something was preventing or holding something else out. It just seemed like it just can't, right? And if that's the case, if that is in fact the read on it, then how do you resolve something where something is now involved in something else, kind of caught in its orbit to a certain extent, and can't pull free, break away, but can't join it either? It's just kind of there, right? In the same way that Jenova is. I deal with that in the video tomorrow, and that plays directly into how I think Nanaki gives the Guy the piece they're looking for. So, again, I'm going to say it again. Watch tomorrow, folks. Watch tomorrow and tell me what you think. Do you think if they did keep Aerith and Zack alive at the end, you would be okay with it? You know, easy mid. That's an excellent question. Because I don't anticipate the devs will do that. I think that they have a story they're trying to tell. I think that the sacrifice of Aerith and the concept of dealing with loss is so integral to Final Fantasy VII's identity, the story it tells, and the way that it tries to teach all of us how to navigate life, right? That it would be a disservice to this IP to rob it of that, to give us an alternate ending where Aerith makes it, right? That, again, that's just my personal opinion. I could be totally wrong, and I'd have to think about, like, how I would feel about if that was, because your question is, if they did that, how would I feel? The answer is I don't know, because I so don't expect it, but I didn't expect other things that they did do, and they were fantastic, right? So I trust the devs. That's my answer, and I want to see their creative vision for what they have for the end of this. I don't want mine. I don't want Max's or Nico's or Blitz's or subtexts or NSP's or, you know, whoever's. I want the devs to give us what they want to do with the story. And I do think they'll deliver something that is going to be great. It's just, maybe I just have a lot of faith in them, but I really do. And if they give us something where Zack makes it, or they give us something where Aerith makes it, or both, then I'd have to like just give it some thought and grapple with it then. I don't think while I don't think they will give us a scenario where Aerith survives, I could see a potential way that Zack could. And would that upset some Zack fans and some purists? Yes, it would. But are there ways that they could do that in a way that would help it to make sense, serve the story, and do something with his character? Yes. Do I think they'll do that? I think it's also unlikely. But I think I'm more open to it as a possibility than I am around Aerith. Not because I don't want it or not. Because again, I want what the devs have for us and nothing else. But I'm more open to the idea that Zack makes it than Aerith because of how core Aerith's, the loss of Aerith is to the game, to the narrative, and to all of us fans and what we're supposed to be experiencing through these games. So I hope that that's as complete an answer as I can give it. Easy. I don't know if that was enough or not, but holding OG secure and canon while permitting creative license and remake is why I suspect remake is a completely separate continuity from OG and its compilation. One linked and influencing remake, though. Yes, that's a good way to put it, Hickman. Is like, I think OG operates alongside, in parallel, influences, but nothing in remake is impeding on, overriding, undoing, like any of that stuff happened with the OG, because they don't want to do that for their own value for it, let alone how players or fans think about it. They've been very clear that they value and treasure and want to preserve the OG. Ultima says, yeah, sure, we are in this together, looking for answers in part 3. Boy, I'm so worried. I mean, I understand. I do. I get how you get there. I get how you feel. I have hope. I have faith in the devs to land the plane, and I mean they haven't done us wrong with remake and rebirth, right? So like I'm gonna maintain being on their wagon until we get to the end, and then we can sort of like unpack how we feel about it then. But I'm gonna stay on the train until then. We are on this train, and there's no getting off this train, as Barrett would say. Good Butter, hey, how you doing? Thanks for joining us this evening. What do you think about another Aerith being alive? So it's like I said a second ago, right? Like, could it be that another Aerith was preserved in a separate world that was created by Cloud's actions at the altar when he parried Sephiroth's blade? It's a possibility. It's a reasonable conclusion based on what we've seen from Rebirth. I just don't know if that's the route they're going to go or not. There's not enough information to glean anything from that, to try to figure out what's going on, right? I do think if you go to my channel and you look at my shorts that I've made, there is a short I put together that has Aerith at the top at the end of Rebirth, right before the whole party gets up and leaves, and they're all in mourning, right? And she kind of like turns and looks at Cloud. I paired that up with Sephiroth's turn to look at Cloud during the Nibelheim flashback when he's iconically standing in the flames and turns to look. And gosh, man, if that does not look very, very eerily similar to each other, right? Now, is that what they're doing? Who knows? Is that what they meant to do? Who knows? Is that supposed to tell us something about Sephiroth or Jenova or something about the Aerith that we see at the end of Rebirth? Who knows, right? But as I said earlier on the live stream, in case you missed it, Good Butter, Um, I think the devs have done an incredible job of putting us into Cloud's shoes throughout Remake and Rebirth, right? The party talks behind our backs, and then they clearly have all communicated with each other. Cloud is going to go crazy. If you pay attention, you will see that everywhere, right? You see Barrett almost slip up and say it in front of him twice, right? Or Yuffie talks about it to Aerith and Nanaki when they're in the Temple of the Ancients and they're split off from the other three, right? There's so many references to it. It's like they all know, they're all expecting it. Why do you think none of them react when Cloud cuts somebody down after all of them had their own trials, and then Cloud goes through his own like mental trial with Sephiroth where he's being called a puppet and all this stuff, and then the flames die down, Cloud's standing there with the Buster Sword, and he clearly just hacked some black robe in front of them to death, right? And they're all just standing there doing nothing, and he's like, and that's another short I have made that you can find on this channel, is Cloud, comparing Cloud when he was when he was a kid on the water tower with Tifa, and he's like, I'm gonna go be like Sephiroth. And then I cut to that moment in the Temple of the Ancients where he's like, I'm not like him. I'll never be like him, right? So, but none of them react. It's almost like they're all, because Tifa even says, we know, it's okay, right? It's like they all know. It's like they've all discussed, this is going to go down. We hope he can hold it together. We hope he can make it through this. But we can't intervene. It's almost like Aerith, with some knowledge, has already said to them, you guys cannot step in. You cannot help him. He has to figure this out on his own, or it has to work out a certain way, right? So I think that there's something to that. I think that we will see more of that play out in part 3, especially as the rest of the party grapples with things continuing to play out and Cloud continuing to go down this darker path or lose his mind or whatever. But the devs have done such a good job, is what I was starting to say before I went on another ADD tangent. They've done such a good job of putting us into Cloud's shoes, right? And keeping us confused or questioning or whatever, right? And we're just as confused as Cloud by the end of Rebirth. We don't understand what the heck happened. We're just seeing Aerith alive with no explanation, just like he is, right? I think that the devs would be wise to maintain that in part 3. I think we should open the game without seeing Aerith at all for a while. Make us feel the loss. Make the characters sit in that loss. Have that go on for a little while. But then keep the players and Cloud confused about what's going on by getting more time seeing Aerith engage Cloud. And at times it seems like it could be Aerith talking to him. And at times it could seem like a Jenova manipulation or something else going on. And we just keep guessing. We don't know what the heck is happening until they finally resolve it and we know for sure what was happening there or what's really going on, right? So that's the route I think, if it was me, how I would handle the story. But again, I am totally down for whatever the devs have planned for us, for sure. Absolutely. Hickman, curious what you currently most suspect for how this ends for now, and whether Advent Children as we know it follows part 3's finale or will prove differently connected. Good question. I don't know that we have enough to draw a reasonable conclusion. That I tend not to. I mean, I tend to think of lots of different possibilities, but I tend not to go farther down a road or down a rabbit hole too far. That's why a lot of times when you watch my videos, and what people seem to have appreciated, is a lot of it is based off of what is the information we have. What are the questions that we have? What are the thoughts that we have that are provoking those questions? But what is the game telling us? And I don't really go very, very far past that. The Shattered Planet video only introduced one thought from me, and that is a reasonable explanation for how the planet got the way that it did based on all the mechanics and all the game dialogue we had reviewed, and then how that might factor into both Sephiroth's endgame and what's happening with Aerith being hunted. The Zack video was very much about, here's the information we have about Zack, what's going on with him, and then the one thought that I had was, well, what do they do with him in part 3 that could make him impactful based on how he's been represented in Remake and Rebirth? What could they do with him that would make it matter, right? That was the one question I had going into the video. How do they make this matter to us for Zack, right? And the same thing with the Guy video. The Guy video is very much, when you see it tomorrow, or well, I guess almost today, guys. The Guy video is very much taking a whole bunch of disparate puzzle pieces and then moving them to be side by side so that we can see them and connect some dots about information we've been given around the Guy, around Sephiroth's endgame, and then potentially and then the idea for me is in part 3, how do we resolve the Guy? What's one possibility? Maybe not the one they're going to go with in the game, maybe not the one the devs have thought of, but what's one reasonable conclusion that we could draw for a possibility for how we could resolve it in a way that is going to save the planet, not give them the black materia, but still give them peace, right? And fulfill Nanaki's promise and honor Seto, right? I think that we can expect that is going to happen in some capacity. Now, how Nanaki and the party are going to do it, we don't know, but I do offer up one reasonable possibility, right? And I try to stick with that. So, coming back to your question, right? Like, does it all lead to Advent Children, or is Advent Children linked differently? It really depends on what information they give us in part 3. We don't have any puzzle pieces right now that we can use to connect anything to Advent Children, right? So all I can tell you for sure right now is that the OG led to Advent Children, and that is canon. And aside from that, I'm dying to see what the devs have for us in part 3, but we just don't have any puzzle piece that we can use to try to discern any of that right now. It would all be fanboy or speculation that, we could do a ton of that. Ultima, what is the length of the Guy video? My friend, that is a great question. I will tell you right now. If I remember correctly, it is like 28 minutes. Let's see. I'm just gonna look on YouTube real fast. Sorry, folks. I know it's boring to just watch me stare at my monitor, but I want to give you the answer. Manage. All right. It is, once this loads, come on, YouTube. It is 26 minutes and 21 seconds. That is as precise an answer as I can give you. Bite size, not terribly long. I mean, even the Shattered Planet video had a lot of information in it. It was like less than 40 minutes, right? So, but part of that is because I tried to tell as much information as succinctly as possible, which if you ask my wife, which we in the community have like started affectionately calling her Tifa John, because she's got the brains, man. She's got the beauty. She's got the body. She's got all the package. She's a bookworm. She's my best bud. She's all the bees, right? But she would tell you, as I think you can tell from having been on a 4-hour live stream, I can talk a lot. So the idea that I can tell something succinctly is something I'm always trying to strive to do. And sometimes, dude, with these videos, it's a challenge. It's a real challenge to try to make it something that is best built for the viewer as possible. But I really do try to keep you all in mind when I'm making these videos, or even when I edited my own playthrough of Rebirth. I uploaded it in hour chunks, and the further and further I got in the game, like I was meandering a while in Grasslands. My apologies in advance, because I was like kind of newer to this at the time, and I was just enjoying my experience. But really, like once I got to Junon, and the farther and farther that I went, I really tried to think, what would make this a good viewing experience for somebody watching it on YouTube later. So I cut out a lot of running to and fro. I cut down, like, I manually cut out by the end, like the whole back half of the game. I was cutting out every tactical menu that I opened in battle so that you got a much tighter battle without me constantly hanging at the menu all the time. I mean, I recolored. Guys, check out my playthrough just to go to certain things like the Gi Village or like some other things. I've gotten questions on my channel who have asked me, hey, what mod are you using or what are you doing that has like recolored the game, right? I was talking to Blitz about it this week at the gym. Like, I did that manually the whole way through the game. I was constantly like redoing some lighting, redoing some coloring and stuff like that. That makes my playthrough kind of a little unique in the way that it looks. I think so. I think it looks really great, but it was, I'm telling you, it took a lot of time. I played Rebirth from the moment it came out in end of February 2024, and I finished it in like late April 2024. It took me about 2 months because I work all day. I was streaming, or I was recording till late at night, playing through it, like 2, 3 a.m., all that kind of stuff. You know how long it took me to put all that online in 1 hour chunks? A year and a half, folks. A year and a half. That's how much time I dedicated to try to make sure you had the best experience possible watching me react to this game and how great it was. It was also a passion project for me because I loved it so much that I really just wanted to give it the best that I could. And so, but like, yeah, I mean, I really, really tried to do a great job to make it a good viewing experience for anybody who cared enough to watch it later. So if you do, thank you in advance. I really appreciate it. Vidred says, what if I told you someone else has a video upcoming and I would be very interested in your reaction? So my question is, would you do another stream in that case? Tell me more, buddy. I am always interested in creators in the community, for sure. I consume a lot of content from a lot of these creators. And speaking of the other creators in the community, hopefully, Vidred, you're typing right now to tell me more, because I am certainly intrigued. But while he's doing so, if you weren't here earlier, I did start a Discord server where we could all continue this conversation. I'm going to drop that in the chat again so that you guys have that. I probably should have pinned this. I'll get better at the live stream stuff, guys. But if you go to the Discord and you join, welcome. I'd love to see you there. I'd love to continue the conversation. We can all talk about the things that we love. I built it out with some channels already around popular game series or different things like that we could talk about in there. I also added, if you scroll further down in the list, a number of other content creators where I love and watch their content, and I would encourage you to do so also. So maybe you find a new creator that you're like, oh, I didn't know about them. Let me check them out. There's so many of them that I already stocked in there for you. So be sure to check them out. And Vidred, I'm curious if one of those creators is the one you're talking about. I'll ask my friend what I can say. Can you tell me, like, if they're already a creator on YouTube or Twitch or TikTok or whatever, can you say who they are, or is that going too far? Like, maybe I already follow them, and I'm just I will patiently wait behind the scenes for more of their great content. Or maybe it's somebody I don't even know. Maybe somebody you're introducing me to, I'm highly intrigued as a creator and as part of the community. If you have to ask first, though, please, by all means, ask. Don't feel pressured. Okay, and then Good Butter. Oh, you're going to check it out. Great. Also, I know I'm beating a dead horse, but if they did keep her alive, how would you imagine they go that route if her and Zach rejoin the party? It's highly speculative, which is not really my forte. I think if they manage somehow, let's go this route. Okay, I think this is a little bit. I don't think they have anything out yet. Join the Discord server and like DM me later when they publish, so that I can make sure I check it out. Vidred, can you do that? That would be great. No more pressure, but I when it happens, I want you to have an avenue to connect with me where you can tell me. Okay. I am highly intrigued. Back to Good Butter. So here's what I will say. Okay, because again, like, how would it look if they kept her alive? Well, I don't know any of that. Here's what I would say. It would be really neat. It would be super cool conceptually, right? If they gave us a moment in Remake Part 3, whatever it's called, Return, Reclaim, whatever, right? If they gave us a battle in which Aerith and Zack fought side by side, what would their synergy abilities look like? What could the in-battle banter be like? Because Zack is now seeing a whole different side of this girl he knew, that he has kept alive her memory in his mind while he's been away. And then like, obviously he either never made it back or he made it back and she was in a coma or whatever, right? So he hasn't seen her, engage with her in a number of years. So to him, he's still thinking of the Aerith he knew, that he built a flower cart for her, right? What would he think? Oh no. Okay, I was gonna say, I thought I saw it stuttering again. What would he think of an Aerith who is now capable, assertive, sassy, and able to fight, or even find out, like, I could be wrong. I don't think Zack never knew she was a Cetra, right? I don't think he ever got that information. He might have gotten it in Rebirth if Elmira disclosed that to him, but we never saw that occur, I think, right? So what would he think about her being the last in a long line of ancients? That's news and information to him that he probably would be out of left field for him, based on what he knows about Aerith from years ago when she was a teenager, right? And then conversely, what would Aerith think about seeing this guy finally show back up and be able to participate in fighting alongside him to save the planet or stop Sephiroth or whatever, right? So it's an interesting concept. It would be pretty neat depending on how the devs do it. But Good Better, that's the best way I know how to answer that question, because it could go so many different ways. I'm gonna jump back to you, Hickman, but just real fast for VidRed. Yeah, just either message me on the Discord server, just a DM, or have the author do it. Have the author go to the server. That link should just remain and work after the live stream. At least I said it that way, so hopefully. There's also, guys, in that Discord server, if you join, there's a we'll call it a meta level generational Easter egg. That's all the hint I'm gonna give you. But if you find it, I think it was funny. Hopefully you do too. But yes, absolutely. Have somebody message me or get in contact with me to let me know somehow that their video is ready, because I want to see what you're talking about. All right, Hickman, I'm back to you. Gee video 2621, nice. Thank you for that. I know what I'll be doing over lunch at work tomorrow. If I write you another tome of a comment, that may have to come slightly delayed. Listen, anybody who's willing to engage on the channel in any capacity, I welcome it, and I am very appreciative. I'm very thankful for anybody who thinks enough to write any comment, let alone a very thought out one, a well-reasoned one, giving your own thoughts, opinions, perspectives, etc. Sharing is caring in my regard, or in the way I think about it. So please share your thoughts when you have them. And I'll tell you what, folks, you know what I might do? We've been live for quite a while. I think we are going to have to start winding it down. And I don't know if I don't know if anybody else, like, I don't even know how Blitz rated into me on YouTube. I've only rated on Twitch before, so I don't really know how I would even go about that. So I might have to, just to not do that tonight, and then until I have him show me how to do it. But what if I give you guys a present? I'll leave you with a couple parting thoughts, and then I'll give you something at the end. How about that? Okay. So first of all, just as a reminder, I mentioned some of this earlier, but just in case you weren't here, there are now membership tiers on the YouTube channel. You can check those out. There's the Citizen tier, there's the Bounty Hunter tier, and there's the Hero tier. And Hero tier gets early access to the new videos that I'm working on. Part of the reason that I'm doing that is because I do have a day job. I do this in my spare time. It is, like you'll hear a lot of content creators say, it's a lot of work to do some of these things. And I'm also fighting with the fact that some of the music that we want to use as content creators, which Square Enix allows to use on YouTube or on socials, is claimed fraudulently by third parties in other parts of the world who say, I own Tifa's theme, I own the prelude, I own the live stream sequence. And so they try to share any revenue from creators who try to use that music. And there's not really an official capacity to get that to stop. You just kind of have to like fight it every time. But it means that like even if the Gi video does well, I wouldn't see anything from it for at least 30 days if I win a dispute against these people who claim that they own certain music that was in the game, right? Coming back to the membership tiers, or even like if you really like the Gi video and you feel so inclined, don't feel obligated, but if you still feel so inclined, leaving like a super chat or a comment with a donation or something like that, any of that helps because of these other people who do these things that just like impact us as creators. Okay. So, but those are options. Also, like I said, I created a Discord that's in the chat as well. And if you haven't checked out any of the other videos on the channel, please be sure to do that. The Shattered Planet video, the Zack video, the merged in credits video that I cut together a whole new OST medley from throughout the game so you can sort of relive and re-experience the first two games and one full end credits sequence with music from those moments. Okay. And as a reminder, if you go to the merged end credits video and you check it out, be sure to leave a comment with your favorite music from the soundtracks of Remake and Rebirth. Tell me what your favorite song is or whatever. If you like a transition from one song to another, be sure to mention that. But if anybody, like the first person who can successfully comment and say, what my favorite music transition is in that medley I created, which song to which song, or what moment in the video, they will get a prize. The first person who can accurately guess which one was my favorite. So if you happen to guess it right, I will reach out to you, I'll get in touch with you, and we'll sort out exactly how I'm going to do that. But definitely go check that video out as well, okay? And last but not least, because you guys have been such an awesome chat, you guys have been really, really great. VidRed, I will look you up on Discord as soon as we get done. I'm going to copy this so that I don't forget. I'm gonna jot your username down real quick so I can look you up on Discord. Thank you very much. Cisne told Zach about Aerith and Costa del Sol. In Crisis Core, you mean? You might be right. There's so much lore in these games, guys. It's hard to keep it all straight sometimes. But that is a fair point. Thanks, you Helening. You guys have been great. You hung out with me for over 4 hours just to talk. Okay, we didn't do anything. We didn't go over the Hamaguchi interview. We didn't play anything, and you guys stuck around with me. You hung out and you chatted. Okay, so you know what I'm gonna do just for you? I'm gonna go make the Gi video live now. I'm not gonna wait till tomorrow. I'm gonna publish it now, and you guys can go check it out whenever you want. Just because you guys have been so great this evening. How's that sound? Does that sound great? Let me go do that. Give me 1 second here. Modify. Scheduled. No longer scheduled. We're just going to do it now. February 18. 11. Okay, well, you're going to have to wait 14 minutes. I already set it as a private to public, so I have to schedule it. So I'm going to schedule it for 11:45 p.m. and save. Publish. Don't say johnq don't love y'all. All right? I hope you guys are excited about that. Toolman, hey Toolman, welcome back, dude. Can you believe I'm still on? That's crazy. I can't believe that anybody even showed up to listen to me talk and chat with me. I'm so thrilled everybody did though. It's been fantastic. I love you guys. It's been great. VidRed, I'm glad you're excited. Hickman, man, you might not have to wait till lunch break tomorrow. If you want to go to bed tired or go to work tired in the morning, you can stay up and watch it. It's not that long. It's 26 minutes, folks. But again, please be sure to comment. Be sure to, if you like it, like the video, subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Check out the other ones. 14 minutes. Cloud left. 14. Toolman, VidRed said 14 minutes. Cloud before the end of the upload. It's actually already uploaded in full 4K and everything. It just I scheduled it, and so it won't let me just like release it into the wild, which is wild, but that's all right. The FF7 discussion is a never-ending story. You're right, man. You're so right, and I'm down for it. I'm down for all of it. It's great. Okay, folks, this has been amazing. Again, check out the Gi video. Let me know your thoughts. All of them. You agree, you disagree, you like it, you don't like it. Let me know. Check out that merged end credits one. Try to tell me what one you think is my favorite transition, man. I'm not joking. I have somebody I have something for somebody who can guess the right one. There's one specifically that stands out to me, and I'm like, that is so good. It's so good. Every time it gets me. I go back and listen to it just to listen to that new medley I built. I'm not kidding. I work to it. It's great. But other than that, join the Discord server. I appreciate y'all for hanging out for so long just to have this discussion. It's been fantastic. We definitely need it again. I will consider maybe even doing another one of these next week, and we can all discuss together the Gi video. How about that? We'll think about that and see what that thinks. Jesse, thanks for being here. I appreciate you. I'm giving you the video as fast as I can. No waiting. No waiting. Just as fast as I can get it to you. Okay? But you all have been fabulous. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you. And until next time, hang loose.